Have you ever noticed a thought suddenly arise in your mind, seemingly out of nowhere, and wondered, where did that come from? One moment you're in silence, and the next, a memory, an idea, or even a self-criticism has surfaced. But here's the unsettling question. If you didn't deliberately choose that thought, who did? You see, there's a phantom living inside your mind. Not a ghost or spirit in the traditional sense, but something far more elusive and impactful. It's a voice, a whisper, a current that drifts beneath your conscious awareness. And this voice, this phantom thought, has shaped more of your reality than you might want to admit. What's even more remarkable is that you've been taught to believe that all your thoughts belong to you, that if it appears in your head, you must have created it. But what if that's the first illusion? Imagine walking into a room and suddenly feeling anxious. No clear reason, no visible threat, just a wave of discomfort and a thought. Something's wrong, but nothing actually is. That thought wasn't born from truth. It was triggered, a leftover emotion, a residue from the past, and yet your body reacts, your decisions shift, your energy tightens, all because of a thought that may have never been yours to begin with. Let me ask you something personal. Have you ever had a thought so dark, so uncharacteristic, that you immediately pushed it away in shame or fear? Maybe it whispered a judgment about someone you love. Maybe it replayed an embarrassing moment from decades ago, or maybe it told you that you weren't good enough. Now, ask yourself this. Did you choose that thought? Thoughts are like radio signals, constantly broadcasting, constantly buzzing around. And your mind? It's the receiver. But unlike a radio, your mind doesn't always discriminate between what it tunes into and what it broadcasts as your truth. That's where the illusion begins. Somewhere along the way you were conditioned to believe that every thought you have is a reflection of who you are. But in reality, many of your thoughts are not self-originate. They are echoes of childhood conditioning, societal programming, ancestral wounds, and collective fear. This phantom thought, this uninvited guest in your inner world, has been with you for so long that you might have mistaken it for your own voice. And that's exactly how it keeps its power. It mimics your tone, it uses your memories, it disguises itself as your reasoning, and before you know it, it's driving the car of your life while you sit quietly in the passenger seat. But here's the truth you need to hear right now. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness beneath them. The watcher, the witness, the spacious consciousness through which thoughts pass like clouds. Some clouds are dark, some are light, some stay longer than others. But none of them define the sky. Problem is, you've been trained since childhood to identify with the clouds instead of remembering you are the sky. When someone told you you're too loud as a child, that statement didn't just vanish. It became a thought, a loop, a belief, one that may have turned into I should stay quiet or I'm too much. And then years later, when you're about to speak up in a meeting or confess something to someone you love, that old phantom thought appears again, whispering, "Don't, you'll be judged." But did you create that thought in that moment, or did it rise like a programmed echo from long ago? This is what the ancients meant when they spoke of mental bondage. You may be physically free, but if you can't choose your thoughts, you're still in chains. And the worst part, the jailer is invisible, because it looks and sounds like you. Now imagine this. What if every fear you've ever had, every insecurity, every loop of self-doubt, was nothing more than a thought you received, not one you created? What if there's an entire world of mental frequencies, like radio stations, and for most of your life you've been tuned into the wrong one? What if you've been listening to static, mistaking it for your truth? It's time to retune your mind, to step back from the content of your thoughts and realize you are not the one who thinks, you are the one who observes the thinking. That realization changes everything. Suddenly, you're no longer trapped in the storyline. You can pause, you can watch, you can choose, you can see a thought arise and say, interesting, but not true. You can feel fear and still move forward. You can feel unworthy and still take the next step, because awareness is more powerful than any thought it holds. Here's a powerful truth. The thoughts that hurt you the most only have power because you believe them. The moment you withdraw your belief, they collapse. It's like pulling the plug on a projection. The image disappears, and what remains is you, present, aware, unbound. But let's go even deeper. Where do these phantom thoughts really come from? Science has shown that the subconscious mind holds over 90% of your mental activity. That means most of your thoughts, reactions, and patterns are automatic. They were installed like programs, through repetition, emotion, trauma, and early experience. You didn't choose the programs, they were chosen for you. And yet, here you are, being ruled by them as if they're gospel. But the spiritual masters have always taught that awakening begins the moment you question the origin of a thought. When you ask, did I consciously choose this? And if the answer is no, you have the power to release it. Not by fighting it, not by suppressing it, but by recognizing its nature. It's a visitor, a frequency, a pattern passing through the mind field. Neville Goddard once said, you must be willing to die to the old self, the old man, the old thoughts, in order to live as the new. That means letting go of thoughts that no longer serve your soul, even if they feel familiar. Especially if they feel familiar. Because familiarity is not truth. Familiarity is just repetition, and repetition is how the phantom builds its home. But you, my friend, are not a home for ghosts. You are the light that reveals them. You are the space in which they dissolve. So here's the real invitation. The next time a thought arises that feels heavy, unloving, or limiting, pause. Don't act. Don't resist. Just ask, did I create this? And even if you did, even if it came from your own wounded self, can you choose to think something new? That's the revolution. That's the spiritual rebellion. Reclaiming your power not by controlling every thought, but by no longer being controlled by them. By choosing what you will believe, what you will nurture, what you will amplify. Because your thoughts are not your master. They are your servants. And only the thoughts that align with your truth deserve your attention. The phantom will appear again. It always does. That's its nature. But now you'll recognize it. You'll feel the shift. You'll sense the tightening in your chest, the old script playing in your mind. And instead of reacting, you'll smile. You'll breathe. You'll say, there you are, but I no longer need you. And in that moment, you're free. Have you ever had a thought that seemed to come from nowhere? A whisper, soft but insistent, suddenly breaking the quiet of your mind. It's as if the thought was waiting there, hidden in the shadows, and the moment your attention wavered, it slipped in. Uninvited, you didn't ask for it. You didn't summon it. Yet there it is, as real as anything else. But the question is, where did it come from? And why is it here? This, my friend, is the nature of thought. It is relentless. It's spontaneous. It rises without warning and often without reason. One moment you might be at peace, lost in the flow of life, and the next a thought barges into your consciousness. It might be a worry, an anxious feeling, a fear about something that hasn't even happened yet. It might be a memory that resurfaces, long buried, now demanding your attention, or perhaps it's a judgment about yourself or someone else that feels strangely familiar, yet you can't recall where it began. We all know this experience. We all know the intrusion of thoughts that appear without invitation. But what if I told you that most of these thoughts aren't really yours at all? What if they've been planted there, not just by your own mind, but by forces outside of you? By the world, by society, by the subtle influence of others? What if the voice in your head isn't as original as you've been led to believe? This is a truth that can shake the very foundation of how you see yourself. You are not your thoughts. They may rise within you, but they are not you. Think about it. If you didn't ask for them, if you didn't consciously create them, where did they come from? Who is really behind this constant stream of mental chatter? For much of your life, you've likely been living under the illusion that the thoughts in your head are entirely yours to control, but in truth, many of them are just echoes, repeating patterns you've inherited from childhood, from culture, from family, from the collective psyche. These thoughts are not self-generated. They are received. They are picked up like signals in the air, bouncing off the walls of your subconscious and into your conscious awareness. Let me pause and ask you this. Have you ever noticed that the thoughts you struggle with most are often the ones you never consciously chose? Think about that for a moment. When was the last time you found yourself thinking, "I'm not good enough," or "I can't do this"? Did you create that thought in the moment? Or did it just appear, like a whisper in the wind? That voice, the one that tells you that you're not enough, that you're too much, that you can't succeed, has been ingrained into your consciousness for years. It is a belief system that was placed there piece by piece before you even had a chance to question it. From the moment you were born, you were exposed to a flood of influences: parents, teachers, the media, society. Each one of these forces, knowingly or unknowingly, shaped the way you see yourself, your world, and your place in it. And here's the fascinating part. These thoughts don't even have to be accurate. They don't need to be true. All that's required is for them to be repeated enough until you start to believe them. Repetition, after all, is the mother of belief. And before you know it, you've internalized these thoughts, these messages, as your own truth. But let's slow down and really take this in. Consider the fact that the thoughts you struggle with most, the ones that seem to sabotage your happiness, don't always belong to you. They are often the product of something larger than your own individual mind. They come from external sources, things you've heard growing up, the expectations you've internalized, the rules you've been taught to follow, and perhaps most powerfully, they come from the collective unconscious, a vast network of shared beliefs and fears passed down through generations. Think about the voices you've heard throughout your life. The well-meaning but misguided advice, the harsh criticisms, the doubts that seem to echo in your head. These voices aren't all your voice. They are the voices of others, sewn into the fabric of your mind over the years. The media tells you what to want, society tells you who to be, and even your family and friends can inadvertently pass down beliefs and judgments that shape your thoughts. And these thoughts, they come uninvited. They slip past the defenses of your consciousness and take root. So what do we do with this knowledge? How do we stop these uninvited thoughts from dictating our lives? First, we must acknowledge something powerful. Awareness is the first step in reclaiming your mind. Once you recognize that many of your thoughts aren't yours, that they are simply echoes of someone else's beliefs, you begin to step out of the cycle of identification. The thoughts are still going to arise, but now you can observe them from a place of detachment. You are the observer, not the thinker. Let's look at it this way. Imagine you're walking through a crowded street. Every way you turn, people are talking, shouting, and expressing their opinions. Some are positive, some are negative, some are helpful, others are hurtful. Now, picture that your mind is the same way. There are voices, thoughts, opinions, judgments, and beliefs coming at you from every direction. But here's the key. You don't have to listen to them. Just because a thought rises doesn't mean it's a message you need to heed. Just because a voice speaks doesn't mean it has authority over you. And here's the breakthrough. You can choose which voices you listen to. The key is in the awareness that these whispers, these uninvited thoughts, are not permanent. They are transient. They are passing through you, not becoming you. By simply recognizing that, you regain your power. Instead of identifying with the thought, you can acknowledge it, observe it, and then let it go. You don't need to carry every thought that arises. You can choose to release the ones that don't serve you. Another way to think about this is to view your mind as a garden. Every thought that enters your consciousness is like a seed being planted. Some seeds are flowers, bringing beauty and peace. Others are weeds, bringing negativity and self-doubt. You are the gardener. You decide which seeds to nurture and which ones to pull out by the roots. It's not enough to simply wait for the weeds to go away. You must actively choose to remove them and create space for the flowers to grow. And this brings us to one of the most powerful tools you can use to break free from the grip of these uninvited thoughts: mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of becoming deeply aware of the present moment, of noticing thoughts as they arise and not getting swept away by them. In mindfulness, you create space between you and the thought. You create the distance needed to realize that the thought is not you, it is just a thought. This practice doesn't require you to stop your thoughts or force them away. In fact, that would only make them stronger. Instead, mindfulness teaches you to observe without judgment, without identification. You simply notice the thought and let it pass. Like clouds drifting across the sky, thoughts rise, float, and eventually fade away. And with this practice, you learn to live in the space between the thoughts, the space where peace resides. Over time, you will begin to notice a subtle shift in your relationship with your mind. The whispers, once loud and insistent, begin to lose their power. They still come, but now they no longer dictate your reality. You no longer believe every thought that appears. Instead, you stand as the observer, watching the thoughts pass by like cars on a highway, coming and going, but not affecting your sense of self. So here's the invitation. Start paying attention to the whispers. Start noticing which ones are yours and which ones are not. When a thought arises, ask yourself, is this thought really mine? Or is it a memory, a belief, or an influence from somewhere else? This simple question can shift the power dynamic in your mind. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that watches them. Have you ever found yourself searching for the origin of a thought, only to feel like you're chasing something that's just beyond your grasp? You track it back, trying to pinpoint the moment it first appeared, only to discover that the more you chase it, the more it slips away. It's as if your mind is a maze, and every time you think you're about to find the answer, the trail fades into nothingness. It's a strange phenomenon, isn't it? You think you've got a thought, perhaps a concern, a worry, or a memory, and you try to trace it back to its source, eager to understand where it came from, why it's here, or how it got lodged in your mind. You go down the rabbit hole, questioning and probing, searching for a reason, a cause, or an explanation. But the harder you search, the more elusive it becomes. The more you try to hold on to it, the more it slips through your fingers. What is happening here? Why is it that the more we try to dissect or understand our thoughts, the more they seem to vanish into thin air? It's almost as if thoughts are designed to be ungraspable, untouchable, fleeting by nature. This is where we encounter a profound paradox. We've been taught to think of ourselves as thinkers, individuals who actively create, control, and manage their thoughts. But what if I told you that the more you search for the origin of a thought, the more you confirm that you don't actually control them at all? Think about it. How many times have you tried to figure out why a particular thought popped into your mind? You might have felt a surge of anxiety or suddenly remembered an event from years ago, and in that moment you might have tried to backtrack and find the source of it. But try as you might, the thought always seems to retreat into the shadows, refusing to be caught. It's like trying to catch a shadow. You can see it, you can feel it, but it's always just out of reach. This is the nature of thoughts. They are elusive, ephemeral. They come and go with no clear owner and no clear origin, and the more you try to chase them, the further they drift from your grasp. The more you question them, the less you can hold on to them. In fact, this very chase, the act of searching for the root or cause of a thought, keeps you locked in a cycle of distraction. The mind, it seems, loves to hide the truth from you, always playing a game of hide and seek. Now let's pause for a moment and think about what's happening here. When you engage in the pursuit of the thought's origin, you're reinforcing a fundamental misunderstanding: that you are your thoughts, and that these thoughts belong to you. But this chase reveals something far more profound. You are not the creator of your thoughts. You are the observer of them. The thoughts are just passing phenomena. Like clouds in the sky, they appear, They hang around for a moment and then they disappear. The more you try to grab onto them, the more they elude you because they are not meant to be caught. They are not yours to control. This is the paradox. When you stop chasing a thought, when you stop trying to understand where it came from or why it's there, it begins to lose its power. The more you let go of trying to define it, the more it fades into the background, no longer commanding your attention. It's as though you've stepped out of the game entirely, and in doing so you reclaim your true position, not as the thinker, but as the one who watches the thinking. You see, thoughts are not static, they are dynamic. They move in and out of your awareness, constantly shifting, constantly changing, and this constant motion is the very reason why they can never be caught, never be pinned down to a specific origin. There is no one thought. There is only a flow of mental activity that constantly reconfigures itself. It's like a river. Thoughts come and go, but they are always moving, flowing, never staying in one place long enough for you to capture them. This is a powerful realization. When you stop chasing the origin of a thought, you stop identifying with it, you stop believing that the thought defines you or holds any lasting power over you. The more you chase a thought, the more you reinforce the belief that the thought is real, that it has meaning, and that it's connected to you in some fundamental way. But when you stop chasing it, you realize the truth, that thoughts are just fleeting moments of mental activity. They have no lasting substance unless you give them one. Imagine for a moment a thought that arises and instead of trying to understand why it's there or where it came from, you simply observe it. You notice it without attaching any meaning to it. It may be a negative thought, perhaps one that tells you that you're not good enough or that you'll never succeed. But rather than chasing it and trying to figure out why it's there, you simply let it pass, like a cloud in the sky. This is where true freedom lies. You can let the thought come, let it be present for a moment, and then let it go. And as you do, you begin to realize that you are not defined by your thoughts. You are not your anxieties, your doubts, or your worries. You are not the story that your mind wants to tell you. You are the awareness that watches all of this unfold. You are the space in which the thoughts appear and disappear. And here's the magic. When you stop chasing the origin of a thought, you break the cycle of identification. You stop identifying with the thought as if it were you or your truth. Instead, you see the thought for what it really is. Just a passing wave in the ocean of consciousness. You are not the wave, you are the ocean. You are the vast, unchanging awareness in which the thoughts arise and fall. And when you realize this, you stop chasing the thoughts altogether. You stop trying to catch them because you know that they were never meant to be caught. This is the practice of letting go. The more you let go of trying to control your thoughts, the more they begin to lose their grip on you. The more you stop chasing their origin, the more they begin to lose their meaning. It's like trying to catch a butterfly. The more you chase it, the more it flutters away. But if you simply stand still and allow it to come to you, it might land softly on your hand. This is the paradox of thought. The more you chase it, the more it eludes you. The more you let it be, the more it fades into the background. And in the stillness of that space, you realize that you are not the thoughts. You are the awareness behind them. You are the one who observes them without attachment. And in that space, you find your true power. So the next time a thought arises, resist the temptation to chase it. Don't try to figure out where it came from or why it's there. Simply observe it. Let it be. And in that simple act of letting go, you will discover a freedom that comes from no longer being at the mercy of the thoughts. You will discover that you are not the thinker, you are the one who is aware of the thinking. And once you understand this, the chase will be over. Have you ever had a moment where you became fully aware of your thoughts, and in that awareness you suddenly asked yourself, who is actually doing the observing here? The question, subtle but profound, opens a door into the deepest mysteries of the mind. You catch your thoughts, you become aware of them, but the deeper question is, if you're catching your thoughts, then who is the one doing the catching? This is a question that may sound deceptively simple, but it carries with it the power to unravel the very fabric of your identity. Think about it. When you catch yourself thinking, when you notice a thought arise, Who is it that is aware of that thought? Who is it that steps back from the constant stream of mental chatter, recognizing it for what it is, a thought, a fleeting moment, passing through your awareness? If you pause and reflect on this, something curious happens. You begin to realize that the one who catches the thought isn't the same as the thought itself. There's something, or rather, someone, observing, noticing, and identifying the thought. But who is that observer? Who is the one who becomes aware of the thinking process, if not the thinking mind itself? The mind, as we've discussed, is like a river, thoughts constantly flowing, one after another. But in this river of thought, there's an awareness that is constant. It's the space between the thoughts. It's the awareness in which all thoughts arise and fall. And here's the important realization. This awareness is not the same as the thoughts themselves. The thoughts come and go, but the awareness remains. This realization is like a quiet revolution. You've been living your life believing that you are your thoughts, that your thoughts are the essence of who you are. You've been identifying with the mind, thinking that the thinker is the same as the observed. But as you step back and ask, who is catching my thoughts? You begin to sense that there is something deeper within you, something more constant, more real than the thoughts that arise. Think of it like this. Imagine you're watching a movie. The movie is full of characters, action, and plot twists. But while you're watching, you're aware of the fact that it's just a movie. You know that the characters on the screen are not real. You know that the story is unfolding in front of you, but you are not part of the story. You are the one observing the movie. The characters may be crying, laughing, or fighting, but you, the observer, remain unaffected by their drama. In the same way, thoughts are like the characters on the screen. They come and go, but you are not the thoughts. You are the awareness watching them. Now let's take this a step further. When you catch a thought, whether it's positive, negative, neutral, ask yourself, who is it that's catching the thought? This simple question flips the script. The moment you ask, you realize that the one observing the thought is not the same as the thought itself. You are the awareness in which the thought arises. And this awareness is not separate from you. It is you, your true nature. But here's where it gets even more intriguing. As you start to become more aware of this observing presence within you, you might realize that this awareness doesn't need to chase or grab at thoughts. It doesn't need to react to them. It doesn't need to analyze, categorize, or judge them. Thoughts arise and fall of their own accord. The awareness simply notices. It's like a quiet witness, sitting in the background, observing the play of thoughts without getting involved in the drama. This shift in perspective is profound. It means that you are not the thoughts that you experience. You are not the mental noise that arises in your mind. You are not the inner critic, the worries, the judgments, or the fleeting emotions. These are just passing phenomena, like clouds floating across the sky. The sky doesn't identify with the clouds, it simply holds them. Similarly, you, as the awareness, hold the thoughts without getting swept away by them. Now this doesn't mean that you have to suppress or reject your thoughts. It doesn't mean that you need to push them away or avoid them. Quite the opposite. As you begin to understand that you are not the thoughts themselves, you become free to observe them without attachment. You can witness the thought without becoming it. The thought may arise, and you can simply say, "Ah, there it is." And then, just as easily, you can let it pass. There's no need to hold on to it. There's no need to chase it down, figure it out, or get lost in its narrative. You are not the thought. You are the awareness that sees the thought. This is where true freedom lies. The more you realize that you are the observer, not the observed, the more you detach from the constant need to figure out, control, or manage your thoughts. And in that freedom, something remarkable happens. The thoughts lose their power over you. They no longer control your emotions. They no longer dictate your actions. You begin to see that thoughts are not facts. They are just temporary visitors in the landscape of your mind. And here's the most liberating part. This awareness doesn't need to be found. It's already there, underneath all the thoughts. You don't need to go searching for it. You simply need to recognize it. The observer is always present. It's the stillness beneath the noise. It's the part of you that's been watching the drama of your life unfold, without judgment, without interference. It's the part of you that's always been there, waiting for you to remember it. Let's take a moment to reflect on this. Have you ever had a thought that felt like it was you? A thought that felt so real, so true, that you couldn't imagine life without it? Maybe it was a fear about the future, or a belief about yourself that you've carried for years. But the moment you realize that the thought is not you, you no longer feel defined by it, you no longer feel trapped by it. Think about the last time you had a negative thought, one that made you feel small or inadequate. Did you notice how it felt heavy? Almost like it became you? That's because, for a moment, you forgot that you are the awareness holding the thought, not the thought itself. But once you see it for what it is, a fleeting moment, a passing experience, it no longer has the same weight. It becomes just another thought in the stream of your consciousness, and with that realization you are free. Freedom comes when you stop identifying with the mind. It comes when you realize that you are not the thoughts you have, but the awareness in which the thoughts arise. The more you practice this awareness, the more you begin to recognize that you are not the thinker. You are the one who is aware of the thinking. And in that awareness you discover a quiet peace, a peace that doesn't depend on the content of your thoughts, but on the simple recognition that you are the observer of them. This is the essence of mindfulness. It's not about stopping the thoughts or trying to control them. It's about stepping back and realizing that you don't need to be swept up in the current of your own mind. You can observe the thoughts with compassion, with curiosity, and with detachment. And in that detachment you find freedom. You find a space where you are not bound by the thoughts, but where you can witness them as they come and go. So here's the question for you. Who is catching the thoughts? Who is it that steps back and sees them for what they are, just passing clouds in the sky of your mind? When you realize that it's not you who's catching the thoughts, but the awareness that is observing them, you begin to step into your true power. You are not the thoughts. You are the awareness that holds them. And that awareness, that is who you truly are. Have you ever stopped to question the voice in your head? The one that seems to narrate your every thought, your every action, as though it's telling the story of your life? It speaks in the first person. I'm thinking this. I feel that. I am this person with this name and this past. But what if I told you that this voice, this inner narrator, isn't actually you at all? What if the person you've always thought of as the narrator of your life is nothing more than a collection of voices, thoughts, memories, and processes playing out in your mind? Imagine for a moment that you're watching a play unfold. The actors on stage are performing their roles, speaking their lines, and acting out a story. But behind the scenes, there's no one standing backstage pulling the strings. The actors are simply following the script, moving through their roles, one line after another. Now, what if you realized that the you that you've always identified with, this narrator who claims ownership over the story of your life, is just another actor on the stage? There's no single director behind the curtain, no singular you controlling the show. It's all just a play of processes, occurring one after another, without a true central figure holding it all together. This is the heart of the illusion we face. We think of ourselves as a singular, cohesive I-self that is separate, constant, and in control. But the truth is that the I we think of as the center of our consciousness is an illusion, a construct of the mind. There's no single self behind the curtain. There's just a series of processes, thoughts, emotions, memories, sensory inputs, all interacting in a complex, ever-shifting dance. This is the great secret of the mind. The I that you think is in control, the one who decides, thinks, and reacts, is not a fixed, unchanging self. It is a temporary, ever-changing collection of experiences and processes. The voice in your head, the one that tells you who you are, what you want, and what you need, is not a permanent entity. It is a series of ever-changing thoughts and perceptions. In other words, the self is not a stable thing but a constantly evolving process. Think about this for a moment. You probably identify with the inner voice in your head, believing that it's you, the real you. It says things like, "I need to finish this project," "I'm scared of failing," or "I want to be loved." It feels deeply personal, doesn't it? You might even think that these thoughts define you, that they tell the story of your life. But what if the thoughts you have are just fragments of a larger process? What if the I that feels so real is nothing more than a temporary synthesis of memories, desires, and emotions playing out in your mind? This realization may be unsettling at first, but it's incredibly liberating. When you start to see the mind for what it really is, a collection of thoughts, emotions, and processes without a central self pulling the strings, you begin to loosen your grip on the illusion of the I. You no longer need to identify with every thought that passes through your mind. You begin to see that the thoughts are just that. Thoughts. They don't define you. They are temporary, like clouds drifting across the sky. And you, the observer, are the vast sky itself, unchanging, infinite, and unaffected by the passing clouds. Now you might be wondering, if there's no you behind the curtain, then who's in charge? Who's making decisions? The truth is, the decisions you make are not coming from a singular self, but from the complex interplay of processes occurring in your mind. You are not a static, unchanging entity making decisions. Instead, you are the result of a vast network of interconnected processes. Your thoughts, your feelings, your memories, your physical sensations, all interacting in the moment. It's like a computer. When you sit down at a computer, you might think of yourself as the one controlling it, typing the words, clicking the mouse. But behind the screen, there's a vast network of processes happening within the machine. The system is operating according to its design, and the actions you take are the result of those processes. In the same way, your actions, your thoughts, and your decisions are the result of countless interacting processes happening within your mind. There's no singular you behind the wheel, just a vast web of interconnected elements, all working together in the moment. And just like a computer, your mind is constantly receiving input, processing it, and responding to it. You don't need a central I to make decisions or drive the process. The process is happening all on its own, guided by the interconnectedness of thoughts, emotions, and experiences. The narrative that you have always identified with, the I who decides, thinks, and acts, is just a story, a continuous narrative created by the mind. But when you stop identifying with that story, when you step back and observe it, you begin to realize that the I is just another character in the play. Here's the fascinating part. Once you realize that the I is just a narrative, a collection of processes, you start to see that you are the awareness watching the play unfold. You are the sky in which the clouds of thoughts come and go. You are the observer of the story, not the story itself. And in this realization you reclaim your true power. You are no longer bound by the narrative of "I am this" or "I am that." You are the awareness that sees the story but doesn't need to identify with it. In a sense, this is the freedom you've been seeking. You are no longer a character in the story. You are the observer, the one who watches the drama of life unfold. And as the observer, you are free to detach from the script, free to let go of the illusion of a fixed, unchanging self. The play will continue. Thoughts will arise, emotions will pass, but you are no longer the one caught in the drama. You are the witness, the silent observer, the space in which it all unfolds. This shift in perspective is incredibly powerful. It allows you to step outside the constant narrative of the mind and live in a state of pure awareness. You begin to realize that the I is just a collection of thoughts and experiences, and not something that defines your true nature. You are the awareness that holds the story, not the story itself. And once you understand this, you begin to live from a place of freedom, free from the constant pull of the narrative, free from the need to define yourself by the thoughts that arise in your mind. So the next time you hear that inner voice, the one that says, "I am this" or "I am that," Take a moment to step back and ask, who is speaking? Who is the one who is narrating your life? And as you step into this awareness, you'll realize that the narrator is not you. You are the one observing the narrator. You are the space in which the thoughts arise. And in that space, you are free. Have you ever thought of your brain as the central command center of your identity? The place where your self resides, where your thoughts, actions, and decisions are all directed from? It's easy to assume that your brain functions as the seat of your consciousness, the controlling force behind all your experiences. After all, we often talk about thinking with our brain, using our brain to make decisions, and so on. But what if I told you that the brain is not a central command center at all? What if the brain is simply a complex network, one part of a much larger system, and the true essence of you is not confined to this physical structure? This may be a difficult idea to grasp at first, because we're conditioned to view the brain as the ultimate authority in our lives. It controls everything we do, right? Our thoughts, our emotions, our actions, it all seems to come from the brain. But in reality, your brain is not a single entity that governs everything. It is a network of interconnected regions, constantly communicating and processing information from the body, the environment, and most importantly, from your own mind. When we look at the brain from a scientific perspective, we can see that it's actually composed of billions of neurons, specialized cells that send electrical signals to one another, creating complex pathways and networks. These neurons work together to form connections, and the strength of these connections determines how efficiently your brain processes information. But these processes don't come from a single self inside the brain. Rather, they are the result of a web of communication happening across different regions, each contributing to different aspects of your experience. Take a moment to reflect on the idea that there is no singular you sitting in your brain, making decisions and directing every action. Instead, what we think of as the self is really the result of an ongoing process. Thoughts, emotions, and actions arise from the network of interactions within your brain, influenced by countless factors like your past experiences, your environment, your biology, and even your subconscious mind. It's not a clear-cut case of one you in charge, but a vast network working together to create what you experience as yourself. This idea challenges a deeply ingrained belief in our society, the idea that the self is a fixed, central autonomous entity that resides within us. It's easy to think of ourselves as a singular person, a distinct, unified I that stands apart from the rest of the world. But the reality is much more fluid. The self is not a solitary figure. It's a dynamic, ever-changing process, a collection of experiences, memories, and processes happening in the brain and the body. And as we begin to understand the brain as a network, we start to see that there is no one you in charge, but rather a complex system working together to create your sense of self. One way to grasp this concept is to think of the brain like a city's transportation system. Imagine the brain as a sprawling network of roads, highways, and railways. There's no single driver or person at the wheel. Instead, traffic flows freely through a web of interconnected pathways, each part of the system contributing to the whole. The cars on the road represent your thoughts, emotions, and experiences, and the highways represent the neural connections that transport information. Just as the city is not run by a single individual, your brain is not governed by one central self. It's a collective process, with each part contributing to your overall experience. Let's take it even deeper. If we examine the brain's role in decision-making, we see something fascinating. Have you ever made a decision and later wondered why you made that choice, especially if it didn't seem to align with your conscious desires or intentions? That's because decisions aren't as simple as a conscious you making a choice. Instead, decisions arise from complex interactions between different parts of your brain. Your subconscious, your emotional centers, and your conscious thought processes. It's a network of processes working together, often beyond your conscious awareness, to create the decisions you ultimately make. In fact, studies in neuroscience have shown that decisions are made before you consciously become aware of them. This phenomenon is known as predictive coding. Essentially, your brain is constantly making predictions about the world based on past experiences, and when those predictions are wrong, your brain adjusts and updates its model of reality. This process is constantly happening, shaping your decisions, actions, and thoughts before you're even aware of them. It's as if your brain is working behind the scenes, organizing everything and creating the story of your life without your conscious involvement. And what about your emotions? Where do they come from? Are they a product of your conscious will, or do they arise automatically from your brain's network? The truth is, emotions are not solely controlled by the brain's conscious thought centers. Emotions arise from a complex interplay between different regions of the brain, especially the limbic system, which is involved in processing feelings, and the prefrontal cortex, which helps regulate those emotions. The brain's network creates and processes emotions, but the you that feels them is not a singular entity. It's a process, a dynamic reaction of different systems within your brain and body. So, where does that leave the concept of the self? If the brain is not a central command center, if it's not a singular unified entity that controls your thoughts, emotions, and actions, then who are you? The answer, paradoxically, is that you are the awareness that observes these processes. You are not the thinker, you are the one who is aware of the thinking. You are not the emotions that arise, you are the awareness that watches the emotions pass by. The you that you think of as a fixed central self is just a temporary result of all these interconnected processes. You are not the brain, you are the observer of the brain's activity. This shift in perspective is profound. It means that your identity is not bound by the limitations of the brain's processes. It means that you are not confined to the thoughts and emotions that arise from these neural networks. You are the awareness that witnesses them. And as you begin to see this, you realize that the self you've always thought of as permanent and unchanging is not a fixed entity. It is a dynamic, fluid process, shaped by countless factors, and ultimately, it is not who you truly are. The key takeaway here is this: the brain, as powerful and complex as it is just one part of a much larger system. It is not the sole creator of your identity. It is not the seat of your consciousness. It is a network, constantly processing information and creating the mental and emotional experiences that shape your life. But the true essence of you is not confined to the brain. It is the awareness that watches the brain's activity unfold. You are not your thoughts. You are not your emotions. You are the silent observer, the space in which all of these processes arise and dissolve. This understanding of the brain as a network opens up new possibilities for growth and self-awareness. It means that you are not stuck with the thoughts and emotions that arise in your mind. You don't have to identify with every passing thought or feeling. Instead, you can step back and observe them from a place of calm awareness. You can witness the brain's processes without becoming entangled in them. And in that awareness, you find your true power. So, the next time you find yourself caught in a swirl of thoughts or emotions, remember this: you are not the brain, you are the awareness behind it. And once you realize this, you can begin to live from a place of true freedom, unbound by the limitations of the brain's processes. Have you ever found yourself in the middle of your day, only to be suddenly interrupted by a thought that you never invited? It could be a memory, a worry, or an idea that emerges with no warning, no cause, and certainly no permission from you. One moment your mind is calm, and the next a thought appears, unasked, unplanned, and unbidden, and just as suddenly as it came, it vanishes again, leaving you wondering, where did that come from? And more importantly, who decided that I would think that? This is the nature of thoughts. They arrive like uninvited guests at the door of your mind, and the moment you start to focus on them, they begin to weave their narrative, often without any real reason or structure. They come with no cause, no agenda, and certainly no intention to make sense. Yet for some reason we give them meaning, and in doing so they often disrupt our peace and steal our attention. Now think about this for a moment. How many times have you experienced a thought that felt like it came out of nowhere? Maybe it was an anxiety about the future that you hadn't consciously thought about in weeks. or a random memory from years ago that pops into your head without warning. You weren't expecting it, you weren't preparing for it, and yet there it is, demanding your attention, sometimes leaving you wondering why you thought of it at all. It's a curious experience, isn't it? One moment your mind is clear, and the next it's filled with a thought that doesn't even seem to belong to you. But here's the truth you need to grasp. These thoughts are not your fault. They appear without cause, and they vanish without closure. They are simply part of the vast network of mental processes happening in the background of your consciousness. But just because they appear in your mind doesn't mean they are true, or that they should have any power over you. If you pay close attention, you'll notice that most of the thoughts that come to you don't ask for permission. They don't check in to see if you're ready to receive them. They just show up. And yet we often treat them as if they have authority over us. When a thought appears, we tend to believe it automatically, thinking it must be true or relevant simply because it's present. But what if we could change that? What if we could watch these thoughts without giving them the power to control our emotions, our actions, or our sense of self? The first step in reclaiming your power over your thoughts is recognizing that they are not yours by default. Just because a thought arises in your mind doesn't mean it has ownership over you. And just because a thought appears without invitation doesn't mean you have to entertain it or give it meaning. Thoughts, by their nature, are temporary. They come, they go, and they don't need your attention to remain in existence. Consider the way thoughts come and go in your mind. One moment you might be lost in the present moment, completely at ease, and the next a thought sneaks in like an unexpected guest. Maybe it's a worry about something that might happen. Maybe it's a replay of something from your past, or maybe it's just a random idea that's passing through your consciousness. In any case, it doesn't ask for permission, it just appears. But notice this, once you acknowledge the thought, you start to give it attention. You start to wonder about it, you start to analyze it, and suddenly you're caught up in it. You may even start to believe that this thought defines you or your reality. But what if instead of reacting to it, you simply allowed it to be there, without judgment, without attachment? What if you allowed it to float through your awareness like a cloud in the sky, passing by without leaving a trace? This is where the power lies. The more you resist the thought, the more you engage with it, the more power it gains. But the moment you recognize that thoughts do not need your permission to exist, and that you don't need to act on them, you break the cycle of identification. You stop seeing the thought as an authority. You stop seeing it as something that defines you or has any lasting significance. Instead, you see it for what it truly is, just a fleeting moment of mental activity, passing through your awareness. This approach doesn't mean that you'll never have negative or intrusive thoughts. They will come, it's part of being human. But when you stop giving them permission to dominate your mind, when you stop believing that they must be true simply because they exist, you stop suffering from their presence. You stop letting them dictate your emotional state, your mood, and your actions. You simply allow them to appear and disappear, without attaching any meaning to them. Think of it like a movie playing on a screen. If you're watching a film and a character appears on screen, you don't start thinking that the character is real. You know it's just a performance, a creation within the story. In the same way, when a thought arises, you can observe it without believing that it defines your reality. You don't need to engage with it. You don't need to give it power. It's simply a character in the mental movie of your life. But here's the catch. It's easy to get swept up in the movie. When a thought arises, especially a negative one, it can be tempting to believe that it's real, that it's a reflection of your true self, or that it's something you need to act on. But the truth is that these thoughts are often disconnected from your true essence. They are the result of conditioned responses, past experiences, and even random stimuli that the brain processes. They don't reflect who you are at your core. So how can you step back from this endless cycle of chasing thoughts and giving them meaning? The key is mindful awareness, the ability to notice a thought without becoming identified with it. Instead of grabbing hold of it, instead of letting it define you, you simply watch it. You let it arise, and you let it pass. You don't need to react. You don't need to make sense of it. You don't need to judge it. You simply observe. In fact, if you watch closely, you'll notice that most thoughts don't have closure. They arise, and then they fade. They come with no real resolution. They're not neatly tied up with a bow. This is the nature of thoughts. They are not meant to be permanent. They're transient. They appear, they disappear. And by recognizing this, you begin to realize that you don't need to hold on to them. You don't need to find closure or resolution in every thought. You don't need to make every thought fit into a neat, understandable narrative. This is where true freedom begins. The freedom to observe the thoughts without needing them to make sense or take hold of your attention. The freedom to watch them come and go without being trapped in their cycles. And the more you practice this kind of mindful awareness, the less power the thoughts will have over you. They become like leaves floating on a river, passing by without affecting your inner stillness. But here's the most empowering part. When you stop engaging with thoughts in this way, when you stop believing that every thought demands your attention, you start to feel lighter. The weight of the mental chatter starts to lift. The constant barrage of thoughts no longer has the power to consume you, and in that space you discover your true nature, the awareness behind the thoughts, the stillness beneath the noise. And the more you practice this, the more you realize that you are not the thoughts. You are the awareness that watches them. You are the sky, not the clouds. You are the vast, infinite space in which all thoughts arise and pass away. And in that realization, you are free. Have you ever noticed how your emotions can shift as suddenly and unpredictably as the weather? One moment you feel light and joyful, as if the sun is shining brightly on your soul. But then, without warning, a cloud of sadness rolls in, and the lightness fades into darkness. Or perhaps, like a storm, your anger swells in an instant, and you can feel the storm building, growing stronger with every passing second. It seems so real, so heavy, like you are the storm itself. But what if, instead of identifying with the storm, you saw your emotions for what they truly are, weather, passing through your awareness, temporary, and not the essence of who you are? Emotions and memories are much like the weather. They come and go, they have their moments of intensity, and they shift according to unseen forces. When a storm hits, you may feel as though you are stuck in the middle of it, unable to escape. The rain falls, the winds howl, and it seems as though the storm will never end. But, as with all weather, storms eventually pass. The clouds part, the sun comes out, and the world feels calm again. In the same way, your emotions, no matter how intense or overwhelming they may seem, are not permanent. They are simply passing through your awareness, much like weather patterns changing from day to day. Think about it. How many times have you experienced an emotional storm, only to find that after some time it's simply faded away? You may have been angry or sad, consumed by the emotions, believing that they defined you in that moment. But with time, those feelings shifted. You no longer feel as intensely as you once did, and the emotional storm dissipates, leaving a calmer state of being. This is the nature of emotions. They come and go. They shift, and they are not meant to stay forever. But here's the tricky part. We often believe we are our emotions. When you feel angry, sad, anxious, or fearful, it can be easy to forget that these emotions are just temporary weather patterns passing through your mind. Instead, you may start to identify with them, thinking, I am angry, or I am sad, as if these emotions are the essence of who you are. But the truth is, emotions are not the core of your identity. You are the awareness observing them. You are the sky, not the storm. Imagine a storm moving across a vast open field. The storm may be intense, with dark clouds and heavy rain, but the field remains unchanged. It holds the storm for a time, but it does not become the storm. The storm may move through, but the field is still there, unaffected by the temporary weather. Similarly, your awareness holds your emotions, whether they are joyful, angry, or sad, without becoming consumed by them. You can feel the intensity of the storm, but you do not have to let it define your inner state. Just as the field remains the field, so too does your awareness remain unchanged, no matter what weather is passing through your mind. You may have experienced a time when a particular memory from your past resurfaced, bringing with it a wave of emotion. Perhaps you remembered a time when you felt heartbroken or disappointed, and the emotional storm of that memory swept through your consciousness. For a moment, it felt as though the past had come alive again, as though you were reliving the experience. But then, after some time, the memory faded and the storm passed. You were no longer stuck in that emotional state. It had come and it had gone. Memories, too, are like weather. They pass through your awareness, bringing with them a momentary shift in your emotional landscape. You may relive an experience, but it does not define you. The memory, like a cloud, drifts across your mind, but it does not stay forever. And just as the weather changes, so too do memories fade, leaving you in a new moment, a new emotional state. Here's the key to understanding the weather of the mind. When you stop identifying with your emotions and memories as if they are permanent, you create space for them to pass freely through you. Instead of holding on to them, resisting them, or trying to change them, you simply allow them to move through your awareness, like clouds drifting across the sky. You watch them, you feel them, but you do not become them. When you start to see emotions as weather, you begin to notice the subtle shifts in your emotional landscape. Maybe you start to feel a slight breeze of unease, and you notice that your mind is beginning to shift into a negative thought pattern. Or perhaps you feel a wave of calm wash over you and you notice a moment of peace and stillness. These shifts are as natural as the changing weather. They are simply part of the flow of life, and as you become more aware of them, you realize that you are not the weather, you are the observer of it. The beauty of this awareness is that it allows you to become less attached to the fluctuations of your emotions. You no longer need to identify with every storm that passes through your mind. You can allow the storms to pass without becoming swept up in them. You can feel your emotions without getting lost in them. And when you do get caught up in the storm, you can simply remember that it will pass. Like all weather, it is temporary. This realization gives you the power to respond to your emotions with more clarity and compassion. Instead of reacting to your emotions, you can simply observe them. You can say to yourself, "I'm feeling angry right now," or "I'm feeling sad," without attaching any meaning to it. You are not your anger or your sadness, you are the awareness that notices it. And in that space of awareness, you find the freedom to choose how you respond. You don't have to be swept away by the storm, you can watch it pass, and you can choose to move forward when it's over. Imagine this. The next time you feel a strong emotion rise within you, whether it's fear, anger, sadness, or joy, you simply observe it as you would observe the weather. You notice the sensation in your body, the thoughts that arise with it, and the emotions that swirl around you. And instead of becoming overwhelmed or identifying with the feeling, you simply let it be. You know that it's just passing through. Like a storm, it will soon dissipate, leaving you in a calmer, clearer state. This doesn't mean that emotions are bad or something to avoid. Emotions are a natural part of being human. They are signals, guiding us through life, helping us navigate our inner world and the external world. But when you start to view emotions as weather, you realize that they don't have to define you. They are just temporary states of being, arising and falling away, like the shifting weather patterns of the world. You can feel them, experience them, and then let them go, knowing that they are not permanent. In this way, you can begin to live more fully in the present moment, without being dragged into the past or the future by your emotions. You can experience the weather of your mind without getting caught in it, and in that space, you can discover a deeper sense of peace, a stillness that is not disturbed by the changing weather. You are the sky, vast and open, holding the weather without becoming it. So, the next time a storm of emotion arises within you, whether it's a burst of anger, a wave of sadness, or a rush of joy, remember this. You are not the storm, you are the sky in which the storm passes. You are the awareness that holds the emotions but does not become them. And as you step into this awareness, you step into your true power, the power to watch the weather of your mind without being swept away by it. Have you ever been caught in a storm of thoughts? Perhaps you've been overwhelmed by a wave of negative emotions or consumed by a torrent of worries about the future. In those moments, it feels like the storm is all there is, like the storm is you. The wind howls, the rain pours, and you are caught in the intensity of it all, swept away by the force of your own mind. But what if in those moments you could remember one simple truth? You are not the storm, you are the sky, the vast, unchanging space in which the storm passes through. This is one of the most liberating realizations you can have in your spiritual journey. You are not your thoughts, emotions, or circumstances. Just as the sky is not defined by the clouds that drift across it, you are not defined by the thoughts and feelings that pass through your mind. Thoughts are like clouds, temporary, shifting and constantly changing. They may appear dark and heavy, or they may be light and fluffy, but they are not permanent. They come and go, and their presence doesn't change the vastness of the sky. And neither do your thoughts change the expansiveness of your true nature. When you identify with your thoughts, when you become caught up in the storm of your emotions, it feels as though the storm defines you. You begin to believe that you are your anger, your sadness, your fear. You believe that these emotions and thoughts are who you are. But in reality, they are simply passing phenomena. They come and go, and they do not last forever. Just as clouds move across the sky, so too do your thoughts and emotions move through your awareness. Imagine for a moment that you are the sky. You are the vast open space in which all thoughts and emotions arise, but you are not limited by them. When a thought arises, it's like a cloud appearing on the horizon. It may be dark and heavy, or it may be light and fleeting, but it doesn't define the sky. The sky remains unchanged, whether the clouds are dark or light. In the same way, you are not defined by your thoughts. You are the awareness that holds them, the space in which they appear and disappear. And once you begin to identify with the sky instead of the storm, you step into a place of true freedom. The key to this shift in perspective is understanding that you are the observer, not the thinker. Your thoughts arise and pass away, but they do not define who you are. You are the awareness that watches the thoughts come and go, the space in which they appear. When you identify with your thoughts, you become lost in the storm. But when you step back and remember that you are the sky, you realize that the storm is temporary. It will pass, and when it does, the sky will still be there, vast, open, and unchanging. Think about the last time you were caught in an emotional storm. Maybe you were angry, frustrated, or anxious. In those moments, it may have felt like your emotions were consuming you. The storm of your thoughts and feelings seemed to take over, and it felt like you had no control. But if you had paused and asked yourself, who is experiencing this storm? You are the one watching the storm pass through. You are the sky, the space in which the emotions arise and fall away. This realization can be incredibly freeing. When you stop identifying with your thoughts and emotions, you stop being controlled by them. You no longer let the storm of your mind dictate your mood, your actions, or your experience of life. You become the witness to the storm, not the storm itself. And when you realize this, you open yourself to a deeper sense of peace and stillness, a peace that is not dependent on the shifting weather of your mind. The more you practice this awareness, the more you begin to see that the storm of thoughts and emotions is just that, a storm. It may feel intense in the moment, but like all storms, it will eventually pass. The clouds will dissipate, the wind will calm, and the sky will clear. And in that clearing, you will realize that you are still there, untouched by the storm. You are the sky, and the sky is vast, infinite, and unchanging. Now, let's explore how this metaphor of the sky and storm applies to your daily life. In your everyday experience, thoughts and emotions arise constantly. Some are light and pleasant, like the soft breeze on a sunny day. Others are intense, like a thunderstorm that shakes you to your core. But in either case, you are the sky. You are the one who holds the weather, the thoughts, and the emotions. without being defined by them. This awareness allows you to move through life with greater ease, knowing that no matter what storm arises, it will pass. You don't have to get caught in the storm. You can simply watch it come and go, knowing that the sky, your true nature, remains untouched. This practice of observing your thoughts and emotions without becoming identified with them is the foundation of mindfulness. Mindfulness is the art of being present in the moment, without attachment to the thoughts and feelings that arise. When you practice mindfulness, you begin to cultivate the awareness of being the sky, not the storm. You begin to notice the thoughts as they arise, without getting caught up in them. You allow them to come and go without trying to control them or hold on to them. And in this awareness, you discover a deep sense of peace. A peace that is not dependent on the weather of your mind, but on the vastness of your true nature. As you begin to practice this awareness, you will notice a shift in your experience of life. Instead of reacting to every thought or emotion, you will find yourself observing them with a sense of detachment. You will notice that the storm of thoughts and feelings has less power over you. The more you identify with the sky, the more you realize that you are not the weather. You are the awareness that holds the weather. And here's the beautiful thing about this realization. When you identify with the sky, you are no longer afraid of the storm. You know that the storm is temporary. You know that it will pass. You know that you are not the storm and you are not defined by it. This understanding gives you the freedom to be with your emotions without being consumed by them. You can feel the storm without becoming lost in it. And in that space of awareness, you find the peace that has always been there, waiting for you. So the next time you find yourself caught in the storm of thoughts or emotions, remember this. You are not the storm. You are the sky. You are the vast open space in which the storm passes. And as you remember this, you will find that the storm no longer has the power to define you. You can watch it pass, knowing that you are the sky, not the storm. Have you ever stopped to consider that the mind you carry, the thoughts and stories you tell yourself every day, might be more like a film than a definitive fixed reality? Imagine, for a moment, that your life is playing out on the screen of your mind. There's a plot, there are characters, there are scenes unfolding moment by moment. But the strange thing is, this film, the one you believe to be your reality, is not created by a central director or singular self. Instead, the narrator of the film is just a character playing a role in a much larger story, one that you mistakenly think is you. You see, for most of your life, you've probably identified with this inner voice, the one that narrates your experiences, your feelings, your choices. It's as though there's a you behind the narration, a central identity controlling the show, making decisions and directing the film of your life. But if you really stop to think about it, the narrator, the voice in your head, is just a character, is one aspect of the mind caught up in its own role, but not the director of the entire experience. The first step in unraveling this illusion is to realize that your mind is not a stable, fixed entity. It is more like a projection, a movie that's being played out in the theater of your awareness. The thoughts, the memories, the feelings that arise are all part of the show. But here's the catch. You are not the film. You are the one sitting in the audience, watching it unfold. You are the awareness observing the characters, the scenes, and the plot twists. But you are not the director, and you are certainly not the film itself. Take a moment to think about how you experience your own mind. You may hear an inner voice, the narrator, speaking to you throughout the day. It might tell you what to do, how to feel, or how to perceive your circumstances. It might sound authoritative, as though it knows what's best for you, as if it's the central force guiding your life. But if you look more closely, you begin to notice that this narrator isn't omniscient. It isn't the ultimate source of wisdom. In fact, it's often limited, reactionary, and shaped by past experiences, emotions, and conditioning. The inner narrator is more like an actor who has been handed a script. It reads the lines, but it doesn't control the story. It follows the narrative created by the mind. shaped by the environment, experiences, and the collective patterns of thought. The mind as a whole plays out a story based on what it's been taught, experienced, and exposed to. The narrator, your inner voice, is merely one character in the movie. It's important to understand that it isn't the director, and it certainly isn't the essence of who you are. But let's dive deeper into the nature of this projection. Your mind functions much like a movie projector. The projector shines light on a screen, creating images that seem real, that appear to have substance. In the same way, your mind creates thoughts and projections that appear real, that seem like undeniable truths about who you are, your place in the world, and the story of your life. These thoughts and projections, however, are not inherently true. They are simply images created by your mind, like frames of a film. And just as a movie's plot and characters are not real, they're just part of a scripted performance, your thoughts and the stories you tell yourself are also not the truth of who you are. Consider this. How often do you identify with the thoughts that arise in your mind? When a thought says, "I'm not good enough," or "I'll never succeed," how often do you take that as truth? How often do you believe that these thoughts, these projections, are an accurate reflection of who you are? You see, when you start to think that the narrator is the director, you mistake the film for reality. You forget that the plot is just a series of moments being played out, and the narrator is simply following the script, not writing it. In truth, there is no singular you behind the curtain of your mind. You are not the actor or the narrator. You are the awareness that watches it all unfold. The characters in your mental film, your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs, are not permanent, they are fleeting. And when you realize that you are the one observing the film, not the one caught in the scenes, you break free from the illusion of self that has kept you trapped in this projection. The concept of the self is often mistakenly thought of as a fixed, permanent entity, a singular identity that dictates your life, your actions, and your experiences. But the truth is, the self is a projection, just another character in the mind's film. The mind creates a story of who you are, based on what it perceives, based on what it's been taught, and based on past experiences. The narrator speaks of the past, the future, and the present as though it is the ultimate authority, but in reality it is just another voice in the movie, playing a role. The script is written by many forces, your upbringing, your culture, your memories, but the narrator is only reading those lines. And here's the empowering realization: you are not the narrator. You are the awareness watching the story unfold. You are not the voice that tells you who you are or what you should do. You are the one who sees the voice, who hears it, and who can choose whether to believe it or not. You are the audience in the theater, the silent observer who is not bound by the plot, who does not need to follow the script. You are the space in which the film is projected, and you can choose to watch it or to step back from it. Now, this doesn't mean that you should reject or suppress the thoughts or feelings that arise in your mind. The film will continue to play as it always does. But when you step into the role of the observer, you no longer need to identify with the characters. You no longer need to believe that the narrator is you. You can let the film unfold, knowing that it is just a series of fleeting moments, projections of the mind. And in that awareness you find freedom. Think of it like watching a movie in a theater. As you watch the story unfold on the screen, you are aware that the characters are not real, they are actors, playing a role. You are the observer of the story, not a participant in it. In the same way, your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs are like actors in the film of your mind. You are the audience, the one who watches, but you are not defined by the performance. The film may bring up intense emotions, but you can watch them without being overwhelmed by them. You can see them for what they are, just a projection of the mind, passing through your awareness. When you understand that the narrator is just a character, not the director, you begin to let go of the need to control the story. You stop identifying with the voice that tells you who you are or what you should do. Instead, you become the awareness that holds the story, the space in which the film plays out. And in that space you find the freedom to choose your response to the story, to step back and simply observe it without being swept away by it. This is the power of detachment, the ability to step back from the story of your life and see it for what it is, a temporary projection, not the essence of who you are. The mind may create thoughts, emotions, and memories, but these are not your true self. They are just projections of the mind, characters in the story. You are the awareness that watches, the observer in the theater, and in that awareness you are free. So, the next time you hear the narrator in your mind telling you who you are or what you should do, remember this. The narrator is not you. You are the one who watches. You are the awareness that holds the film. And as you remember this, you step into a new kind of freedom, one that is not defined by the story, but by the awareness that transcends it. Have you ever listened to that inner voice that narrates your thoughts, your actions, and your decisions? It speaks to you in a familiar tone, guiding you, warning you, comforting you, and sometimes even criticizing you. It's the voice that tells you what you should do, how you should feel, and who you should be. It's there all the time, quietly talking in the background of your mind, sometimes louder than others. But here's the question. Who is that voice? And more importantly, who are you in relation to it? Most people go through life thinking that the inner voice is themselves, the true self, the one making the decisions, the one guiding the way. But what if I told you that this voice, the one you've identified with for so long, is not you at all? What if the voice in your head is just a character, a thought form created by your mind? What if, in reality, you are not the voice at all? You are the one who hears it. This is a profound realization, and it can be unsettling at first. For as long as you've been alive, you've been living with this inner voice, assuming that it is an extension of you. But if you take a step back and observe it, you may start to notice that this voice isn't actually you. It's simply a collection of thoughts, beliefs, and patterns shaped by experiences, conditioning, and external influence. It's a voice that has been trained over the years, but it doesn't represent your true self. The true you, the essence of who you are, has always been the one listening, observing, and aware of that voice. And that awareness is far greater, far deeper than the voice itself. Let's break this down. Think about how the voice in your head behaves. It comments on everything you do. It tells you what you think of yourself, what you think of others, and what you think about the world around you. It's the voice that has been narrating the story of your life. But have you ever asked yourself, who is actually narrating? The answer might surprise you. The voice isn't you. It never was. It is a product of your thoughts, conditioning, and the environment in which you've lived. It's a character in the ongoing narrative of your mind, but it's not the central figure. That figure, the true you, is the awareness that hears the voice, the observer, the space in which the voice arises. In the same way that a character in a play recites lines from a script, the voice in your head speaks words that arise from patterns you've learned over time. It doesn't invent the story, it repeats what it's been taught, influenced by past experiences, fears, desires, and conditioning. If you take a moment to observe the voice, you'll realize that it's not a unified, coherent being. It fluctuates. Sometimes it's kind, sometimes it's harsh. Sometimes it's confident, sometimes it's full of doubt. It changes with your mood, your circumstances, and your environment. And here's the key. It is not a permanent part of you. It is a passing phenomenon, like clouds drifting through the sky. Now, let's explore why this is so significant. If the voice in your head is not you, then what does that say about your true identity? It means that you are not defined by the thoughts that come and go. You are not the critic that tells you you're not good enough. You are not the fear that warns you of danger. You are the awareness that witnesses these voices without being attached to them. When you begin to identify with the awareness, the space in which the voice arises, you start to realize that the voice no longer has control over you. You begin to see that it is simply a voice, a thought pattern that has been trained over time, and that it does not define who you are. But how do we start to step back from the voice? The first step is awareness. When you recognize that the voice isn't you, when you realize that you are the observer, not the thinker, you begin to create distance between yourself and the voice. Instead of becoming entangled in every thought, you begin to notice them as they arise. You watch them come and go, like clouds passing through the sky, without getting caught up in them. When the voice says, "You're not good enough," you simply notice it. You don't react. You don't identify with it. You let it pass, knowing that it's not true. It's just a voice, a thought, a projection of the mind. This practice of awareness allows you to reclaim your power. When you no longer identify with the voice, you begin to break free from the patterns that have held you captive for so long. You stop believing that the voice represents your true self. You stop believing that it has any authority over you. Instead, you realize that you are the one listening to the voice. You are the awareness in which the voice arises, and in that realization you step into a place of deep freedom. Let's dive deeper into how this works. Imagine that you're sitting quietly, and a thought arises in your mind. It might be about something in the past, something in the future, or something that's happening right now. But here's the interesting part. You are not the thought. You are the one who notices it. You are the space in which it arises. And when you realize this, the thought loses its power. You no longer have to believe that the thought defines you. It's just a passing moment in the vastness of your awareness. This is the essence of mindfulness, the ability to observe the thoughts that arise without becoming attached to them. When you practice mindfulness, you cultivate the awareness that watches the thoughts, but does not identify with them. You become the observer of the voice, not the voice itself. And in that awareness, you find peace. The voice no longer has the power to disturb your sense of self. You realize that it's just a character in the play of your mind, not the central character of your life. Now, let's consider what happens when you start to identify with the voice. The voice, which is often filled with judgment, fear, and self-criticism, starts to control your life. You start believing that you are the voice, that you are the critic, the doubter, the person full of fear. But when you detach from the voice, when you realize that the voice is simply a character in the play, you begin to free yourself from its control. You start to see that the true you, the awareness, the observer, is far greater than the voice. The voice may come and go, but the awareness remains. You see, the voice isn't you. It's just a tool, a method of thinking. It's a product of the mind, shaped by past experiences, conditioning, and external influences. But your true essence, the part of you that observes and witnesses all of this, is not the voice. The voice is not permanent. It is not your identity. You are the awareness that holds the voice, the space in which it appears and fades away. This understanding is transformative. When you no longer identify with the voice, you begin to realize that you are free from its influence. You no longer have to follow its commands, listen to its judgments, or believe its criticisms. Instead, you can step into the awareness of your true self. You are the one who hears the voice, not the voice itself. And in that realization, you reclaim your power and your peace. So the next time you hear that voice in your head telling you who you are, what you should do, or how you should feel, remember this: the voice isn't you. It is simply a thought, a projection, a character in the mind's story. You are the awareness that hears it. You are the one who watches it come and go. And in that awareness you find the freedom to choose who you truly are, free from the voice's influence. Have you ever experienced a moment of pure silence? A moment when, for a brief instant, the constant chatter of your mind completely fades away, leaving only stillness? In that moment, there is no thinking, no judgment, no striving. It's just an overwhelming sense of peace, like the calm after a storm, or the quietness that fills the air just before dawn. This silence is not the absence of something, but the presence of something much deeper. Beneath every thought, beneath every emotion, beneath every fleeting idea that crosses your mind, there is a stillness that is always present. This stillness, this silent awareness, is your true nature. Think about it. You go through life hearing the endless stream of thoughts, worries, and emotions, many of which seem to define who you are. Your mind races from one thought to the next, telling you what to do, how to feel, and who you are. You might find yourself caught up in the narrative of your mind, believing that your thoughts are who you are. But what if I told you that these thoughts are not the essence of your being? What if, beneath all the noise and activity of the mind, there is an ever-present stillness that has been with you all along? This stillness is the space in which all thoughts arise and fall away. It is the silence that exists between the thoughts, the awareness that observes the thinking process without getting caught in it. Just as the ocean remains still beneath the waves, your true nature remains undisturbed beneath the surface turbulence of your mind. The waves of thought come and go, but the ocean of awareness is always there, calm and unchanging. The more you connect with this stillness, the more you begin to realize that you are not your thoughts, you are the awareness that holds them. But here's the thing. Most of the time, we don't notice the stillness. We are so consumed by the noise of our minds that we forget the deep, silent space beneath it all. We identify with the thoughts, the feelings, the stories we tell ourselves, and we believe that these are the essence of who we are. But in doing so, we overlook the one constant that has always been with us, the silent awareness that witnesses everything. Imagine for a moment that you are sitting in a quiet room. The world outside is still, and there's no noise, no distractions. Now, in this stillness, imagine that thoughts begin to arise in your mind. Perhaps a memory, a worry, or a random idea. You notice the thoughts, but in this moment you also notice something else. The silence that remains beneath them. You hear the thoughts, but they don't disturb the stillness of your awareness. The thoughts come and go, but the awareness that holds them remains untouched. This is the silent awareness I'm speaking of. The stillness beneath all the noise. You've probably had moments in your life when you've experienced this kind of stillness. Perhaps it was during a quiet walk in nature, or in a peaceful moment of meditation, or even in the stillness of the night when the world is asleep. In these moments, you may have felt a deep sense of peace, a calm that washed over you, and a knowing that there is more to you than the constant chatter of your mind. These moments are glimpses of your true nature, the silent awareness that exists beneath all the thoughts, the feelings, and the mental noise. The problem is that we often ignore this stillness. We get caught up in the noise of our minds, in the constant thinking and analyzing, and we forget that beneath it all, there is something far deeper. We think that the thoughts define us, that the stories we tell ourselves are who we are, but in reality those thoughts are just passing clouds. They may seem real in the moment, but they are temporary, fleeting, and beneath every thought, beneath every fleeting emotion, there is the vast, unchanging stillness of your true self. So, how do we connect with this silent awareness? How do we begin to experience the stillness that is always present beneath the noise of the mind? The first step is to cultivate awareness. Take a moment to pause, to step back from the thoughts that are constantly running through your mind. Close your eyes and simply notice what's happening in your awareness. Don't try to change anything. Don't try to stop the thoughts from coming. Just notice them. Notice the space between the thoughts, the silence that exists when you're not actively thinking. The more you observe this, the more you'll begin to recognize that the thoughts are not who you are. They are simply passing events in the mind. You are the awareness that notices them, the stillness that holds them. Another way to connect with this silent awareness is through mindfulness practices. Mindfulness is the art of being present in the moment, without judgment, without distraction. When you practice mindfulness, you train yourself to be aware of the present moment without getting lost in the thoughts and stories that arise in your mind. As you practice mindfulness, You begin to notice the stillness that exists in between the thoughts. You begin to realize that the true essence of who you are is not the thoughts, but the awareness that holds them. One powerful mindfulness practice is simply to focus on your breath. As you breathe in and out, notice the sensation of the breath moving in and out of your body. Don't try to control the breath, just observe it. And in that observation, you'll begin to notice something profound. The stillness that exists between each breath, the pause between the inhale and the exhale, the space between each thought. And in that space you'll find the silent awareness that is always present, always with you, even when you're not consciously aware of it. But here's the beautiful part. Once you begin to connect with this stillness, once you begin to realize that you are the awareness beneath the thoughts, you'll start to carry that awareness with you throughout your day. It won't just be something you experience in meditation or quiet moments. It will become a part of who you are. You'll find that the mental noise, the constant thinking and analysis, doesn't have the same grip on you. You'll start to notice the stillness more and more, underneath the thoughts, beneath the emotions, and in the space between each moment. And in that stillness, you'll find peace. The stillness isn't something you have to search for. It's always been there, beneath every thought, beneath every emotion, beneath every story your mind tells. It's the foundation of who you are, the awareness that witnesses everything without being disturbed by it. You are not your thoughts. You are the silent awareness in which the thoughts arise and pass away. And when you begin to connect with this stillness, you step into your true power. It's important to remember that the stillness isn't something you can force. It's not something that you can grasp or control. It's a natural part of who you are. And the more you let go of the need to control the thoughts and the emotions, the more the stillness will reveal itself. Just as the sky remains vast and clear regardless of the clouds that pass through it, your true nature remains unchanged by the thoughts and emotions that come and go. The sky holds the clouds, but it is not the clouds. In the same way you hold the thoughts and emotions, but you are not them. You are the awareness, the stillness, the space in which they arise. So, the next time you find yourself caught up in the storm of thoughts, the next time you feel overwhelmed by your emotions, remember this. Beneath every thought, beneath every feeling, beneath every fleeting emotion, there is only stillness. And in that stillness, you are free. You are not the storm. You are the sky. You are the silent awareness that holds it all. Have you ever been in a moment of pure silence, a moment when there was nothing but stillness around you, and yet, within that silence there was a deep, almost unsettling awareness? In that silence you might have felt a rawness, a vulnerability, a truth that was too powerful to face head-on. It's a silence that isn't empty, but full. A full presence, a realness that speaks louder than words or thoughts ever could. And this is where most people turn away. They fear this silence, not because it's quiet, but because it reveals something too real, something that doesn't fit the image of who they think they are. It shows them their true essence, their raw, unfiltered self, and that, for many, is a terrifying prospect. For most of us, the constant noise of the mind is a comfort. The endless stream of thoughts, worries, and distractions keeps us from truly facing the silence. It shields us from the rawness of being alive, from the rawness of simply being. In the noise, there's a story to follow, a narrative that keeps us busy and entertained. There's always something to react to, something to think about, something to solve. But the moment the noise fades, when the thoughts quiet down, and there's nothing but pure silence, the rawness of reality becomes undeniable. It's as if, in that silence, we are faced with ourselves, without the filters, the stories, the distractions. You see, this rawness is not comfortable. It's not something that fits neatly into the narrative we've created about ourselves. It's the essence of our being, our true, unmediated awareness, before the mind intervenes with stories, labels, and judgments. And most of us avoid this silence because in it we encounter the parts of ourselves that we've been running from, the fears, the insecurities, the doubts, the sadness, and the unspoken truths we've buried deep inside. It's not just silence, it's raw truth, raw presence. And that can be a lot to face all at once. But what if you stopped avoiding it? What if, instead of running from the silence, you allowed yourself to experience it fully, to sit in it without judgment or resistance? What would happen if you allowed the rawness to come forward? If you allowed yourself to simply be in that silence, without trying to change it, resist it, or run away from it? The truth is, this rawness is not something to be afraid of. It's the very essence of who you are. It's the unfiltered, undisturbed awareness that is always present, beneath all the noise of the mind. But we've been conditioned to believe that this rawness is something dangerous, something to fear. We've been taught that we must always be busy, always be doing, always be thinking, in order to avoid the discomfort of silence. But the real discomfort comes not from the silence itself, but from our resistance to it, from our fear of facing the truth of who we are without the distractions of the mind. Think about the last time you experienced a moment of silence. Maybe it was in a quiet room, during a meditation, or simply in the stillness of the night. At first, it might have felt peaceful, but then, as the silence lingered, you might have started to feel uncomfortable. The thoughts began to creep in, the judgments, the worries, the fears, and suddenly the silence didn't feel so peaceful anymore. It felt raw, real, and in that rawness you were forced to confront the parts of yourself that you typically avoid. This is what happens when we allow ourselves to truly be in the present moment, without the distraction of thoughts or external noise. We are forced to face the rawness of existence, the simplicity, the vulnerability, the truth. And it's in this rawness that we find our true power. It's not in the stories we tell ourselves or the distractions we cling to, but in the pure, unfiltered awareness that lies beneath all of it. The reason we fear this rawness is because it asks us to drop the masks we wear. It asks us to step out of the roles we play, the identities we cling to, and simply be, without the need for validation, without the need to prove anything, without the need to control. It strips us of our comfort zones and shows us the truth. We are not the thoughts we think, the roles we play, or the labels we wear. We are the awareness behind it all. And that truth, that raw essence, is both liberating and terrifying. It's liberating because it frees us from the illusion of self. But it's terrifying because it asks us to let go of everything we think we know about ourselves. But here's the paradox. It's only when we stop avoiding the rawness of silence that we truly find peace. When we stop running from our own awareness, when we stop clinging to the distractions and the noise, we can finally experience the stillness that lies beneath it all. And in that stillness we discover a peace that is not dependent on external circumstances, not dependent on the stories we tell ourselves, but simply a peace that arises from being fully present with who we are. This rawness doesn't need to be fixed, avoided, or changed. It simply needs to be observed. The more we sit in the silence, the more we allow ourselves to be with what arises, the more we begin to understand that this rawness is not something to fear. It is our true essence, our pure awareness. And when we can sit with this rawness, without judgment, without fear, we find that it is not only tolerable, it is beautiful. It is the essence of life itself, the raw truth that is always present, waiting for us to recognize it. In fact, this rawness is the key to deep transformation. When we stop avoiding the silence, we stop avoiding ourselves. We stop hiding from the truth of who we are. And it's in this truth that we begin to uncover our true power. We realize that we don't need to constantly fill the silence with noise, with thoughts, with distractions. The silence is not empty. It is full of life, full of presence, and full of the potential for transformation. It is in the rawness of silence that we can access the deepest parts of ourselves, the parts that have been hidden, suppressed, or ignored. And when we allow ourselves to sit with that rawness, we begin to heal. So what would happen if you stopped avoiding the silence? What if you stopped running from the rawness of your own awareness? What if you allowed yourself to sit with it, to feel it, to embrace it fully? You might find that in the silence you uncover something profoundly beautiful. You might find that beneath all the noise, beneath all the distractions, there is a stillness that is beyond words, beyond thought, beyond everything you've been taught to believe. And in that stillness you find your true self, unfiltered, unmasked, and free. Most people fear the silence because it's too real. It shows them who they truly are, without the layers of thought and distraction. But the truth is, it's in the silence that we find our truest self, our raw, unfiltered awareness. And once we stop avoiding it, we step into a freedom that we've been seeking all along. We realize that the rawness is not something to fear. It is the gateway to peace, to presence, and to our true essence. Have you ever paused to consider that every thought you have, every belief you hold, is a mask? A veil that covers the truth of who you really are? It's easy to become so wrapped up in your thoughts, in the mental narratives that you carry, that you forget the most fundamental truth about yourself. You are not the thoughts you think. You are not the beliefs you hold. You are the awareness beneath it all, the pure presence that is always there, regardless of the mental masks that appear in the mind. Think about it for a moment. Your mind is constantly working, constantly churning out thoughts, ideas, judgments, and beliefs. It's like a factory that produces an endless stream of thoughts, some familiar, some new, some comforting, some unsettling. But in this constant stream, there's a tendency to forget one simple fact. None of these thoughts are you. They are all masks, covering up the vastness of your true nature. They are filters through which you perceive the world, but they are not the reality of who you are. They are just layers on top of the unchanging awareness that is always beneath them. Each time you think, I am not good enough, or I can't do this, you are wearing a mask, a belief that has been created by past experiences, conditioning, and societal influences. These beliefs have been built up over time, layer by layer, like a veil that hides the truth of who you are. And as you continue to wear these masks, you start to believe they define you. But the truth is, these thoughts and beliefs are not who you are. They are just temporary filters, creating the illusion of separation and limitation. Imagine you are standing in front of a mirror, and as you look at your reflection, you see a mask covering your face. The mask may look familiar. It might be a mask of self-doubt, fear, or judgment. It might be a mask of identity that you've carried for years, a mask of the person you believe yourself to be. But if you were to remove the mask, what would you find? You would find your true face, unmasked, unfiltered, and pure. The same is true for your thoughts. They are masks that obscure the truth of who you really are. But beneath them, beneath every thought, there is the awareness of your true self, always present, always aware. This is a difficult concept to grasp, especially because we've been conditioned to believe that our thoughts are who we are. From a young age, we've been taught that our identity is tied to the thoughts we think, the beliefs we hold, and the stories we tell ourselves. We've been trained to think that we are our memories, our achievements, our failures, and our desires. But the truth is, all of these are just masks. Thoughts that arise in the mind, playing out in the theater of your awareness. They are not permanent. They are not who you are. Each thought that arises is like a character in a play, taking center stage for a moment and then fading away. It might be a thought about the future, a worry or a fear. It might be a thought about the past, a memory that resurfaces unexpectedly. It might be a thought about the present moment, a judgment or a belief about yourself or someone else. But whatever the thought is, it is not the essence of who you are. It is simply a veil, a temporary mask that covers the deeper awareness beneath it. When you begin to realize this, something powerful happens. You begin to recognize that you are not the thoughts that arise in your mind. You are not the beliefs, the judgments, or the labels that have been placed on you. You are the awareness that watches them, the space in which they appear and disappear. And in that recognition, you free yourself from the grip of the masks. You stop identifying with the thoughts, and instead, you begin to rest in the pure awareness that is always there, beneath the surface of your mind. Consider the thoughts you've had today. Perhaps you've had thoughts about your work, your relationships, your future. Maybe you've had self-critical thoughts, doubts about your abilities or your worth. These thoughts, though they may feel real, are simply masks. They are not the truth. They are not the essence of who you are. The essence of who you are is beyond thought. It is the awareness that is aware of the thoughts but is not defined by them. When you start to separate yourself from the thoughts and beliefs you carry, you begin to experience a deep sense of freedom. The masks fall away and you are left with the pure awareness of your true nature. Now, this doesn't mean that you will never have thoughts again. Thoughts will continue to arise. They are a natural part of the mind's functioning. But the difference is this: when you recognize that thoughts are simply masks, you no longer become attached to them. You no longer identify with them as being you. You begin to watch them as they come and go, like clouds drifting through the sky. And in that observation, you begin to experience the freedom that comes from not being controlled by the thoughts, not being defined by them. It's like walking through a busy street, full of people, sounds, and distractions. But instead of being swept up by the crowd, you step back and observe it. You are not part of the crowd. You are the observer, watching as the crowd moves by. In the same way, when you begin to see that thoughts are masks, you become the observer of your own mind. You no longer get caught up in the flow of thoughts and beliefs. You simply notice them, and you let them pass. The crowd may be loud, the thoughts may be many, but you are the stillness that observes it all. This understanding brings with it a profound shift in perspective. It allows you to step outside the drama of the mind and into a space of peace. You no longer need to attach meaning to every thought. You no longer need to believe every belief. Instead, you begin to see that thoughts are just passing phenomena, like waves in the ocean. They come, they go, and they do not define the ocean itself. In the same way, thoughts come and go, but they do not define you. You are the awareness, the ocean, holding all of it without becoming swept away by it. But here's the secret. The more you let go of identifying with the thoughts and beliefs that arise, the more you begin to experience your true nature. You begin to feel the stillness beneath the thoughts. You begin to experience the silence that is always present, the awareness that is untouched by the thoughts and masks of the mind. In that stillness, you find the truth of who you really are. You find the essence that is beyond the masks, beyond the thoughts, beyond the story. This is the liberation that comes from realizing that every thought is a mask. The moment you recognize this, you begin to step into your true self, the awareness that watches the thoughts without attachment. You begin to live from a place of pure presence, free from the judgments, fears, and limitations created by the mind. You no longer need to believe that you are your thoughts. You realize that the thoughts are just passing clouds, and you are the vast sky in which they arise. And here's the beautiful part. When you no longer identify with the thoughts, when you no longer wear the masks, you begin to experience life in a completely new way. You start to see the world without the filters of the mind. You begin to experience people, situations, and moments as they truly are, without the layers of judgment, fear, or expectation. You begin to see the beauty in everything, because you are no longer looking through the lens of thought. You are simply being, and in that being, you experience the truth of life. Ah! So the next time a thought arises, whether it's about your future, your past, or yourself, remember this. It's just a mask. It's not you. You are the awareness beneath it all, the stillness in which all thoughts come and go. And in that awareness, you find your true freedom. You are not the thoughts. You are the one who watches them, the space in which they arise, and the peace that exists beyond them. What if I told you that beneath all the layers of your personality, your thoughts, and your emotions, there is something far more real than anything you've ever known? Imagine, for a moment, stripping away everything that you believe makes you, you. The thoughts that race through your mind, the beliefs you hold so tightly, the emotions that arise in your body, the memories that have shaped your life. What would be left when all of that is peeled away. Who would you be without all the labels, the identities, and the stories you've clung to for so long? For most people, this question is unsettling. It's terrifying to think that what we've built our entire identity around, our thoughts, our emotions, our memories, could somehow fall away. We're taught to believe that these things define us. We identify with our minds, our experiences, and even our emotions, thinking that they are the essence of who we are. But what if we've been mistaken all along? What if, when all these things fall away, what remains is something far more profound, far more expansive than we could ever imagine? Let's begin by stripping away the first layer, your thoughts. Your mind is a constant stream of ideas, judgments, beliefs, and stories. You think about your past, you plan for your future, and you analyze your present. Thoughts come and go like waves in the ocean, one after another. But what happens if you stop identifying with them? What if you allow the thoughts to simply come and go, without attaching any meaning to them, without letting them define you? Without your thoughts, what is left? Who are you when the mind is quiet, when the constant chatter stops? Now consider the next layer, your emotions. You feel joy, sadness, anger, fear. These emotions can be intense and overwhelming, and they often shape the way you experience the world. You may identify with your emotions, thinking that your anger, your fear, or your sadness defines who you are in that moment. But what happens if you strip away the emotions? What if, instead of being consumed by them, you simply observe them, letting them rise and fall without attaching your identity to them? Without your emotions, who are you? What remains when you are not defined by your feelings, when you are not driven by your moods? Finally, consider your memories. These are the stories you tell yourself about your past, the things that have happened to you, the people you've met, the experiences you've had. Your memories shape your identity, telling you who you are and where you've come from. But what if you strip away your memories? What if you stop identifying with the past, stop letting it define your present? Without your memories, who are you? If you weren't the sum of your past experiences, what would remain of you? As you begin to strip away these layers, thoughts, emotions, memories, you start to realize something profound. There is something left. It's not a person defined by thoughts, emotions, or memories. It's not an identity shaped by past experiences or future expectations. What remains when all else falls away is pure awareness, pure presence, the essence of who you truly are. This awareness is the stillness that lies beneath the noise of the mind, the silence that is always present, regardless of the thoughts or emotions that arise. But here's the challenge. For most of us, this awareness is difficult to access. We are so wrapped up in our thoughts, our feelings, and our identities that we've forgotten that this awareness is who we truly are. We mistake the mind for the self, the emotions for the self, the memories for the self. But the truth is that all of these are just temporary. They come and go. They are not who you are. They're simply experiences passing through the river of your awareness. The real you, the true you, is the awareness that watches it all unfold. Now think about this. If you are the awareness beneath the thoughts, emotions, and memories, what does that tell you about your true nature? It means that you are not limited by the mind, by the emotions, or by the past. You are the unchanging awareness that witnesses all of these things, but is not defined by them. You are the space in which thoughts arise, the presence that holds emotions, and the stillness that exists beneath all the noise. You are the sky in which the clouds of thoughts and emotions come and go, but you are not the clouds. You are the vastness of the sky itself. This realization is liberating. It frees you from the illusion of being trapped in your thoughts, emotions, or past experiences. It allows you to step outside of the narrative you've been living in, the story you've been telling yourself about who you are. When you let go of the need to identify with your thoughts, your feelings, or your memories, you create the space for your true self to emerge. The real you, the awareness, the presence, the stillness, is always there, waiting to be recognized. But how do we access this true self, this awareness beneath all the layers? The first step is to become present. Presence is the key to experiencing the stillness beneath the mind. When you are present, you are not lost in the past or the future. You are not consumed by your thoughts or emotions. You are simply here, in this moment, experiencing life as it is. And in that presence, you begin to feel the awareness that has always been there beneath the surface. The more you practice presence, the more you begin to recognize that you are the awareness, not the thoughts, not the emotions, not the memories. You are the stillness that holds it all. The next step is letting go of the need to control or manipulate the thoughts, emotions, or experiences that arise in your mind. When you stop resisting the thoughts, when you stop trying to change your emotions or control your memories, you begin to let go of the masks that you've been wearing. You stop identifying with the mind, the emotions, and the past, and you begin to rest in the pure awareness that is always there. You'll begin to rest in the pure awareness that is always there. This is the freedom that comes from letting go. Freedom from the stories, the judgments, the beliefs that have defined you for so long. You are no longer bound by them. You are simply the awareness that watches them pass by. The more you practice this letting go, the more you begin to realize that what remains is not a person, not an identity, but pure awareness. This awareness is not limited by time, space, or circumstance. It is the eternal, unchanging presence that is always here, always now. And in this awareness you find peace, you find freedom, you find your true self. So, what remains when all else falls away? The answer is simple. You. The awareness, the presence, the stillness that is always here, beneath the noise of the mind. This is your true nature. This is who you are, beyond the thoughts, beyond the emotions, beyond the memories. And when you begin to connect with this awareness, you begin to live a life that is not defined by the mind, but by the pure presence of who you really are. Have you ever stopped to ask yourself, who am I? It's a question that we've all pondered at some point in our lives, often searching for an answer that feels stable, unchanging, and true. We seek to define ourselves by our achievements, our relationships, our desires, or our past experiences. But here's the curious thing. Every time you try to pin down an answer, every time you look for a stable, fixed self, it slips away. Like trying to hold water in your hands, the more you search for the I, the more it vanishes, leaving behind only the ever-changing flow of experience. As the core of your identity, you've likely searched for something permanent, something that can withstand the storms of life, something that can be a constant in a world of change. But every time you look for that stable self, you find nothing but a shifting collection of thoughts, emotions, memories, and experiences. You may think you've found it, a belief, a label, an idea about who you are, but then, just like a mirage, it vanishes when you look more closely. The I you've been looking for is not a fixed, stable entity. It's just a projection, a mental construct that constantly changes with every experience, every thought, and every emotion that passes through your awareness. Let's reflect on your life for a moment. Think back to when you were a child. At that time, who did you think you were? You may have had a certain sense of self, shaped by the world around you. But as time passed, your experiences, your beliefs, and your understanding of yourself evolved. What you once thought was you has likely shifted many times throughout your life, and the I you were as a child may feel like a distant memory now. As you grew, new experiences came along, new labels were attached to you, and new thoughts and beliefs emerged. And each time the I changed. It wasn't a fixed entity, it was a constantly evolving experience. Think about it, you are not the same person today that you were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or 20 years ago. Your thoughts, your desires, your fears, and your worldview have all shifted. You've accumulated new experiences, new understandings, and new labels. Yet, through all these changes, there has been a subtle, unbroken thread of awareness, the one constant. This awareness is not a static self, but the ever-present space in which all experiences occur. It is the background of your life, the stillness behind the changing thoughts and emotions that come and go. And it is here that you begin to see the illusion of the I. The I that you cling to, the identity that you believe is stable and permanent, is actually a fluid, ever-changing experience. When you look closely, you see that the I is not a single, unchanging thing, but rather a collection of experiences that shift with time. Every time you think, "This is who I am," you're simply identifying with a snapshot of your experience. You're clinging to a momentary sense of self that is never truly fixed. The moment you try to hold on to it, it shifts, and you're left searching again. This is where the paradox lies. The more you search for the stable, permanent I, the more elusive it becomes. You may think you found it in your career, your family, or your achievements, but these things too are changing. What happens when your career path changes? When your relationships evolve, or when your achievements no longer feel fulfilling? The I that you once identified with starts to crumble. You're left questioning, who am I now? The truth is, the I that you search for is not a permanent fixture. It is not a fixed entity that can be captured or held. It is instead a fluid process, a constantly shifting set of experiences that arise in the field of awareness. The I is not the thoughts or the emotions or the memories. It is the awareness that witnesses these things. You are not the collection of thoughts, the roles you play, or the labels you wear. You are the awareness in which all of these things arise and pass away. Let's take a moment to look at the nature of thought. Thoughts are constantly changing, arising one after another. One thought leads to another like a stream of consciousness that never ends. And yet, each thought feels like it belongs to you. It feels personal, as if it defines you. But have you ever asked yourself, who is it that's having these thoughts? Who is the one thinking them? The answer is not the mind, not the I you think of as the thinker, but the awareness that observes the thoughts. The mind is not a stable self. It is a fluctuating process, a stream of thoughts and experiences that never stay the same. The same is true for emotions. Emotions come and go, rising and falling like waves in the ocean. One moment you might feel joy, and the next you might feel sadness. But the I that you think of as the one feeling these emotions is not fixed. It's simply an experience, a momentary state that passes through your awareness. The I that feels the emotion is not the emotion itself. It is the awareness that observes it. When you step back and observe the emotions without identifying with them, you realize that they are not who you are. They are just passing experiences. And, like all experiences, they are transient. Now, consider your memories. You may look back on your past and identify with the person you were at a certain point in time, but if you really think about it, how much of that person still exists? The person you were 5 years ago is not the same person you are today. Your experiences, your beliefs, your values have all evolved. So, who are you in relation to your past self? Are you the same person you were yesterday, or have you changed in some way? And if you change, then where is the stable I that you've been searching for? This is the nature of the self. It is not fixed, not stable, but constantly evolving, constantly shifting with each experience. The more you search for a stable self, the more you realize that it's not something you can find. It's not something that exists in a permanent state. Instead, what you discover is that you are the awareness that holds the changing experience, the ever-shifting I. The I is not something to be grasped. It is simply an experience that arises in your awareness, and once you see that, you begin to experience freedom. When you stop searching for the I, when you stop trying to pin it down and make it stable, you realize that you are not the I at all. You are the awareness in which the I arises and disappears. The I is like a cloud in the sky. It appears, it changes, and it fades away. But the sky, the awareness in which it all happens, remains constant. This awareness is who you truly are, not the thoughts, emotions, or memories that pass through your mind. So the next time you find yourself asking, "Who am I?" or searching for a stable, permanent self, remember this. The self you seek is not something to be found, because it's not fixed. It is an ever-changing experience, a flow of thoughts, emotions, and memories that arise and pass away. What remains is the awareness that holds them, the stillness beneath the changing tide of experience. And in that stillness you will find the truth of who you are. Have you ever stopped to wonder who you truly are, beneath all the layers of your identity? We spend so much of our lives wrapped up in the stories we tell ourselves, the labels we wear, and the roles we play. We identify with our name, our mood, our opinions, and even our profession, as though these things are permanent fixtures of our being. But when you look closer, you start to realize something important. All of these things are temporary. They are like scaffolding, structures that hold up the fragile building of who we think we are, but they are not the building itself. They come and go, and in their passing, they leave us wondering what remains. Take a moment to think about your name. For much of your life, this name has defined you. It's how people identify you, how you introduce yourself, and how you've been recognized by the world. But what is your name, really? It's just a label, a word that was given to you by others. You didn't choose it. It wasn't something you were born with. It is simply an arbitrary collection of sounds or letters assigned to you at birth. Your name has no inherent meaning. It doesn't define your essence. It is just a symbol used to refer to you, and yet we spend so much of our lives identifying with it as though it's a core part of who we are. But in reality, your name is just a temporary label, a marker of time, place, and social identity. It is part of the scaffold that holds up the structure of your self-heal. Now, think about your mood. How often do we define ourselves by the way we feel? We say, "I'm in a bad mood today," or "I'm feeling happy," as though our mood dictates who we are. But have you noticed that moods are incredibly fleeting? One moment you're up, the next moment you're down. Your mood is always changing depending on external circumstances, your internal thoughts, or even your physical state. It doesn't stay the same, and yet we often act as though our mood is a permanent part of us, something that defines our character or worth. But just like your name, your mood is just another temporary experience, a temporary shift in the fabric of your identity. It's not who you are. And then consider your opinions, the way you see the world, your beliefs about what's right, wrong, good, or bad. These opinions feel deeply personal, as though they are a reflection of your core self. But in reality, opinions are often just mental constructs shaped by your experiences, your upbringing, and the information available to you at any given moment. What you believe today may not be what you believe tomorrow. Your opinions are constantly evolving, shaped by new experiences, perspectives, and growth. The opinions you hold now are not permanent. They are temporary, fluid, and influenced by external factors. And yet, we cling to our opinions, thinking that they are part of our identity. We identify with them as though they are the bedrock of who we are. But the truth is, they are just another piece of the false scaffold that holds up the fragile structure of your identity. The more you reflect on these things, the name, the mood, the opinions, the more you begin to see a pattern. All of these things are temporary. They shift, they change, they arise and disappear with the passing of time. They are the scaffolding of identity, the false structures we build around ourselves, but they are not permanent. They are not the essence of who we are. So, if these things are temporary, then what remains? What is permanent? The answer lies in the one thing that is constant throughout all the changes, all the passing moods, all the shifting opinions: awareness. The awareness that watches the changing thoughts, the fluctuating emotions, and the passing experiences is what remains. This awareness is the true self, the unchanging presence that holds everything, but is not defined by it. It is not the name, the mood, the opinion, or the story. It is the space in which all of these things arise and fall away. It is the stillness beneath the noise. It is the silent observer of everything that comes and goes. This awareness is not something you can grasp or control. It is not something that can be defined by words or labels. It is simply the presence that is always here, always aware, even when you're not consciously aware of it. You are not the name you've been given, nor the moods that you experience, nor the opinions that arise in your mind. You are the awareness that witnesses all of these things, and in that awareness you find your true self. But here's the catch. Most of us don't recognize this awareness because we are so caught up in the temporary scaffolding of identity. We identify with the labels, the roles, and the stories we tell ourselves. We forget that these are just passing experiences, and instead we cling to them as though they are who we are. We think that our name defines us, our mood defines us, and our opinions define us. But when we begin to step back and observe, we realize that none of these things are permanent. They are all just temporary experiences, passing through the awareness that is you. This realization is both liberating and profound. When you begin to see that you are not the name, the mood, the opinion, or any other label, you begin to let go of the false scaffolding that you've built around your identity. You stop clinging to the temporary structures and start resting in the awareness that is always present. You begin to realize that your true self is not defined by the ever-changing conditions of the mind or the world. It is the awareness that is always here, beneath the surface, untouched by the fluctuations of thought, emotion, or experience. You may start to notice, as you practice this awareness, that your sense of self begins to shift. You no longer need to rely on the temporary scaffolding to define you. You begin to experience a deeper, more expansive sense of self, one that is not confined by the limitations of thought or identity. You begin to recognize that you are not the changing thoughts, the fleeting emotions, or the roles you play. You are the awareness that witnesses them all. But here's the beauty of this realization. When you let go of the false scaffolding of identity, when you stop clinging to the name, the mood, and the opinion, you begin to experience life with more freedom. You stop defining yourself by external circumstances or internal thoughts. You begin to live in a state of pure awareness, experiencing life as it is, without the need to label, judge, or categorize. You start to experience the world from a place of stillness, a place of openness, and a place of peace. So, let's ask the question again. What is permanent? What remains when the name, the mood, and the opinion fall away? The answer is simple. You. You are the awareness that witnesses all of these passing experiences. You are the stillness beneath the noise. You are the presence that is always here, always aware, regardless of what comes and goes. And once you begin to recognize this, you step into a place of deep freedom, a freedom that comes from realizing that you are not the temporary scaffolding of identity, but the unchanging awareness that holds it all. This is the journey to self-realization. It is the process of letting go of the false scaffolding, of stepping beyond the labels, the roles, and the stories we tell ourselves, and embracing the truth of who we are, the awareness that is always present. And when you do this, you discover a sense of peace that is not dependent on external circumstances, but on the recognition of your true self. Have you ever sat in complete stillness, quietly observing your thoughts, your emotions, your experiences, and realized that in that moment there is no someone there to experience it? There is just presence, just awareness, the familiar voice in your head, the one that speaks in the first person, that identifies with the body, the mind, the roles, and the past, seems to disappear. And in that absence, you start to notice something deeper, something more fundamental than the persona you have spent your entire life building. What you realize is that there is presence here, but there is no someone having that experience. It is just pure awareness. This is a profound and somewhat unsettling realization. For most of your life, you've been taught to believe that you are someone, a person with a name, a personality, a history, and a future. You've built an identity around this person, attaching labels and stories to yourself, constructing a persona that you believe is you. But what if this persona is just an illusion, a mental construct that obscures the true essence of who you are? What if, beneath the surface of all the thoughts, emotions, and experiences, there is no someone at all, only awareness? Take a moment and reflect on your experience of self. When you say, I, what do you mean? Is it the person you think you are? Your name, your body, your memories, your thoughts, your role in the world? When you say, I, is it just a mental construct that your mind has created to navigate the world? And what happens when you remove all of these labels, all of these roles? What happens when you simply sit in awareness, without the need to attach an identity to it? At first, it may feel like a void, an emptiness, or a loss. The ego, the persona you've spent years identifying with, seems to slip away. But as you sit with that presence, that awareness, you begin to realize something remarkable. There is still something here. It's not a person. It's not an identity. It's simply awareness. The quiet presence that has always been with you, beneath the thoughts, beneath the emotions, beneath the labels. This awareness is not bound by time or space. It has no beginning and no end. It is not tied to the body, the mind, or any of the roles you play. It is simply the knowing that everything is arising in and passing through it. It is the stillness that exists beneath all the noise of your mental activity, the presence that is always here, waiting for you to recognize. But here's the key. This awareness is not someone experiencing life. It is not an individual with desires, preferences, or a personal story. It is pure, impersonal awareness, simply the presence that witnesses everything without getting caught in it. It is the space in which everything arises, but it is not defined by anything. The mind might want to label it, name it, or claim ownership of it, but awareness itself is beyond all of that. It is not an object to be grasped or understood. It is simply here, always present, without attachment to any particular form or identity. You may be wondering, if I am not my thoughts, not my emotions, and not my persona, then who or what am I? The answer is simpler than you might think. You are the awareness, the presence that is aware of everything. You are not the story you tell yourself. You are the knowing that experiences the story. You are not the thoughts that arise in your mind. You are the space in which those thoughts are witnessed. You are not the roles you play, the labels you wear, or the experiences you have. You are the awareness that observes all of these things. At first, this may seem like a concept that is difficult to grasp, because we are so accustomed to identifying with the persona, the someone that we think is us. But as you begin to rest in awareness, as you begin to let go of the need to identify with the mind and the body, you start to notice that there is something deeper, something more real than the persona. This deeper presence is the essence of who you are. It is always here, beneath the thoughts and emotions, the labels and identities. It doesn't change with the passing of time. It doesn't fluctuate with your mood or your experiences. It is the unchanging awareness that holds all things in place. Think about this for a moment. When you observe a thought, what is it that is doing the observing? When you experience an emotion, who or what is it that feels it? It's not the ego, not the persona, not the someone that you have identified as you. It is the awareness that witnesses it all. The I that you have identified with is just a collection of thoughts, memories, and emotions. But beneath all of these, there is the awareness, the silent, impersonal presence. That is the true essence of who you are. The more you rest in this awareness, the more you begin to see that it is not bound by the ego, the body, or the mind. It is not limited by your past, your identity, or your thoughts about who you are. It is simply here, always present, always witnessing, and always aware. It is the vastness in which everything arises and fades away, but it is untouched by the changes. It is the sky in which the clouds of thoughts, emotions, and experiences come and go. And just as the sky is not affected by the passing clouds, you as awareness are not affected by the passing thoughts and emotions. Now, this doesn't mean that you stop experiencing life. It doesn't mean that you stop thinking, feeling, or acting in the world. What it means is that you no longer identify with those experiences as you. You are not the thinker, the feeler, or the doer. You are the awareness that observes the thinking, the feeling, and the doing. And when you realize this, you stop getting caught up in the drama of life. You stop identifying with the temporary, the changing, and the fleeting, and instead you rest in the unchanging presence of your true self. As you continue to sit in this awareness, you may begin to notice that the need for a persona, an identity, begins to fade. The mind may try to create a new identity, a new story, but you start to see through it. You realize that the story is just a story, a narrative that is constantly changing, and that you don't need it to define you. You are the awareness, the presence that holds the story but is not defined by it. The more you recognize this, the more you realize that there is nothing to cling to, nothing to become, nothing to achieve. You already are. You are simply the awareness that is aware of all things. In fact, when you begin to live from this awareness, you find a deeper sense of peace. There is no longer any need to strive for something outside of yourself, because you recognize that you are already complete. You are not defined by your thoughts, your emotions, or your experiences. You are the awareness that witnesses them, and in that witnessing, you find the freedom to simply be. So, what remains when you drop the persona, the someone that you've spent your life trying to define? What remains is awareness, pure, impersonal, unchanging awareness. You are not the story, the name, the thoughts, the emotions, or the roles. You are the awareness that observes them, and in that awareness you find your true self. Beyond the ego, beyond the mind, beyond the body. You are the presence without a persona. Imagine for a moment a vast empty sky, limitless, infinite and clear. In that sky there are no clouds, no movement, no story unfolding. It's simply there, expansive, open and silent. Now, take a moment and ask yourself, who or what is aware of this sky? Is it the sky itself that knows it is vast, or is it something else, something deeper? What if I told you that this sky is like your awareness, empty of content, yet fully conscious? It is an awareness without story, memory, or self. It is the pure awareness that simply exists, timeless and unchanging, beneath the noise of your thoughts, your memories, and the stories you tell yourself. This awareness, without any content, without any identification, is the essence of who you truly are. You are not your thoughts, your emotions, or the roles you play in the world. You are the awareness that observes all of these things, but you are not defined by them. You are not the story, the memory, or the self that the mind creates. You are the awareness that simply is, and in that simple, pure awareness you are conscious, present, and whole, without any need for thought, memory, or identity to define you. The mind as we know it is constantly filled with thoughts, memories, opinions, and stories. It's a continuous flow of mental content, a narrative that shapes your sense of self and your experience of the world. But take a moment to consider what happens when you let go of all of that content. When you drop the story, the memory, and the identity, what remains? Is there still awareness? Is there still consciousness? The answer is yes. Even without the content, the story, the memory, the self, there is still awareness. In fact, it's the very essence of awareness that remains when everything else falls away. Let's explore this deeper. What is awareness, really? It is the ability to perceive, to know, to experience. It is the background that holds everything in place, yet it is not defined by anything. When you strip away the content, the thoughts, the emotions, the images, the memories, you begin to experience awareness in its purest form. This awareness is not tied to any object or experience. It is simply the space in which everything arises. It is like the sky that holds the clouds, the ocean that holds the waves, the canvas that holds the painting. The content of your experience, the thoughts, the stories, the emotions, come and go, but awareness remains unchanged. It is timeless, formless, and infinite. When you begin to rest in this awareness without content, you start to realize something profound. You don't need anything to define your consciousness. You don't need a story, a memory, or a self to be conscious. You are simply aware. This awareness is not limited by time, space, or circumstances. It is not bound by the past or the future. It simply is. And when you recognize this, you begin to let go of the need to identify with the thoughts and experiences that arise in your mind. You begin to see that they are not who you are, they are just passing phenomena. And in that space of awareness, you find freedom. Think about this for a moment. If you are the awareness that holds all of your experiences, if you are the witness to your thoughts, emotions, and memories, then who are you really? Are you the thoughts that arise? Are you the memories of your past? Are you the roles you play in the world? Or are you something deeper, the awareness that watches it all unfold? In truth, you are the awareness itself. You are not the content of your experience. You are the one who is aware of that content. And when you let go of identifying with the content, you step into the purest form of consciousness, awareness, without content. Now, let's take a step further. Consider the idea of the self, the I that you have identified with your whole life. The I is a collection of thoughts, memories, emotions, and beliefs. It's a story that you've been telling yourself about who you are. But when you stop identifying with the I, when you drop the story of the self, what happens? What remains? The answer is awareness. Without the ego, without the I, there is still consciousness. It's simply a presence, a knowing that is not attached to any content. It is the essence of your being, beyond the thought, beyond the emotion, beyond the memory. It is the awareness that is always here, even when the mind is quiet. This awareness without content is not an absence of awareness. It's not a void or a lack. It's a full, vibrant consciousness that is free from the limitations of thought, emotion, and identity. It's the awareness that simply observes without judgment or attachment. When you rest in this awareness, you begin to experience a deep sense of peace. You realize that you don't need anything to define you, because you are already whole. You are already complete. You don't need the mind to tell you who you are. You don't need a story to define your existence. You simply are. And here's the paradox. The more you let go of the content of your experience, the more you realize that you are not losing anything. In fact, you are gaining everything. You are gaining access to a deeper, more profound level of consciousness, an awareness that is beyond the mind, beyond the emotions, beyond the labels. When you let go of the story, you begin to experience life as it truly is, without the filters of thought and identity. You begin to see the world through the eyes of pure awareness, untainted by the judgments, the fears, and the beliefs that the mind imposes on it. You begin to experience the richness of life, the depth of the present moment, without the interference of the mind's constant chatter. But this awareness is not something you can force or control. It's not something you can grasp with the mind. It's simply a state of being, a way of knowing that is beyond the limitations of thought. It's not an object to be attained or a goal to be reached. It is already here, already present, always with you. The key is to stop identifying with the mind, to stop clinging to the content of your experience, and to simply rest in the awareness that is always present. As you practice this, you'll begin to notice something extraordinary. You begin to experience life in a completely new way. The world doesn't need to be filtered through your thoughts or your self-concept. You see it directly, as it is, in its purest form. You begin to experience a deep sense of freedom, because you no longer need to hold on to the labels, the judgments, or the beliefs that the mind tries to impose. You are no longer defined by your past, your experiences, or your thoughts. You are simply the awareness that witnesses all of it. So let's revisit the question, what remains when there is no story, no memory, no self? The answer is simple yet profound. Awareness. Awareness without content. Awareness that is not bound by thought, memory, or identity. Awareness that simply observes, without judgment or attachment. And in this awareness, you find the peace, the freedom, and the truth that you've been seeking all along. You are not the content of your experience. You are the awareness that holds it. And when you realize this, you step into the fullness of your true self, beyond thought, beyond identity, beyond the self. You ever stop to wonder about the nature of perception itself? All day, every day, your mind is constantly bombarded with sights, sounds, and experiences. You watch a movie, read a book, have a conversation, or simply observe the world around you. Your senses are alive with activity, and the mind is quick to interpret and attach meaning to what it sees. But have you ever stopped to ask yourself, what is it that is watching all of this? What remains when the content of your experience, the movie, the world, the thoughts, the stories, disappears? Imagine for a moment that you are sitting in front of a movie screen. The movie is playing in full force. Images, sounds, emotions, and drama unfolding in front of you. You are completely absorbed in the narrative, following the storyline, reacting to the characters, and feeling the tension or excitement of the plot. The movie feels real, like a world of its own. But then, suddenly the screen goes blank, the images fade away, the characters disappear, the sound stops. What is left? What remains is not the movie. It is not the characters, the plot, or the scenes. What remains is the screen itself. The vast, unchanging background that holds the movie, but is not defined by it. The screen does not change when the images change. It does not react when the characters shift. It simply holds the movie, observing it without being affected by it. The screen is there before the movie starts, and it remains there when the movie ends. It is constant, undisturbed, and unchanging. Now let's draw a parallel between the screen and your own awareness. Just like the screen holds the movie, your awareness holds your experience. You perceive thoughts, emotions, sounds, and sights, just as you watch a movie unfold in front of you. These perceptions are like the images on the screen, constantly changing, appearing and disappearing, coming and going. But what happens when all of these perceptions disappear? What happens when the thoughts, emotions, and experiences cease to exist for a moment? What remains? What remains is the awareness, the screen, if you will, that was always there, holding it all. Your true nature is not the thoughts you think, the feelings you experience, or the stories you tell yourself. You are the awareness that witnesses these experiences, and just like the screen, this awareness is constant. It does not change with the passing of thoughts or emotions. It does not react when the movie of life plays out. It simply holds everything in its presence, observing it without attachment or judgment. But here's the deeper question. How often do we identify with the movie itself? How often do we get lost in the drama, the plot, the characters, and the unfolding narrative of our lives? We identify with our thoughts, with our emotions, with the roles we play, thinking that they are who we are. We become absorbed in the movie of life, and we forget that we are the screen, the awareness that holds it all. Think about your thoughts for a moment. They arise and disappear in your mind, one after another, constantly moving, constantly changing. One moment you're thinking about something from the past, the next you're planning for the future. Thoughts come and go, like the images on a movie screen. But if you watch closely, you begin to notice that there is something behind the thoughts, something that is aware of them, that something is your awareness, the screen that holds the movie of thought. The same is true for your emotions. You may feel joy, sadness, anger, or fear. These emotions arise in response to the content of your experience, like characters in the movie of your life. But just as the images on the screen do not define the screen itself, your emotions do not define you. You are the awareness that witnesses the emotions, the screen that holds the drama, without becoming part of it. Emotions come and go, but awareness remains unchanged. So what happens when you strip away the content of your experience? When you stop identifying with the thoughts, the emotions, the roles, and the stories? When you let go of the movie, what remains? What remains is the awareness, the screen without the movie. You may notice a deep stillness, a quiet presence that has always been with you, even though it has been overlooked. This awareness is not something you can grasp or hold on to. It is not an object that can be defined. It simply is. It is the space in which everything arises, but it is not defined by anything. It is the silent observer of the movie of your life. But here's the interesting thing. When you begin to identify with this awareness, the screen, rather than the movie, you begin to experience life in a completely new way. You no longer get caught up in the fluctuations of thought, emotion, or experience. You become the observer, the one who witnesses everything without becoming attached to it. You realize that the movie may come and go, but the screen remains. The thoughts may arise and disappear, but awareness is always here, holding them without being affected by them. This shift in perception is incredibly liberating. The more you recognize that you are the screen, the awareness, the less power the movie has over you. You no longer need to get lost in the story. You no longer need to identify with the roles or the labels. You are simply the awareness that holds it all. The stillness beneath the movement, the silence beneath the noise. And in that recognition, you experience a profound sense of peace. The drama of life may continue, but you are no longer entangled in it. You are the observer, the space in which it unfolds. You might be wondering, what does it mean to be the screen? Being the screen means recognizing that you are not the thoughts, not the emotions, not the story. You are the awareness that witnesses them. It means stepping back from the drama of the mind and recognizing that you are the presence in which everything is experienced. It means letting go of the need to identify with the ever-changing content of your life and resting in the awareness that is constant, unchanging, and ever-present. Talk about this: when you are fully present in the moment, when you let go of the past and the future, when you stop thinking about what's next or what's gone. You start to experience life as it is. You begin to see that all of the things you thought defined you, your thoughts, your emotions, your memories, are just passing phenomena. They are not who you are. You are the awareness that holds them, the space in which they arise and dissolve. And when you rest in that awareness, you begin to experience a profound sense of freedom. You no longer need to attach yourself to the content of your life. You are the witness, the observer, the screen. Now, you may wonder, does this mean I'm detached from life? Does it mean I'm indifferent to the world around me? The answer is no. Being the screen does not mean being disconnected from life. In fact, it means being more deeply connected to life, because you are no longer bound by the story. You can experience the fullness of life, the joy, the sadness, the beauty, the pain, without becoming lost in it. You can participate fully in the movie of life, without identifying with it. You can live with open awareness, embracing each moment as it comes, without the need to cling to it or reject it. You are simply the awareness that holds it all. The key to this is presence. Presence is the awareness of the present moment, the ability to witness your thoughts, emotions, and experiences without getting caught up in them. When you are present, you are the screen, the awareness that holds everything but is not defined by it. And as you practice this presence, you begin to experience a deeper connection with yourself and the world around you. You begin to see that the world is not something you need to control, change, or label. It is simply an unfolding experience, and you are the witness of it. So let's ask the question again. What's left when everything you're watching disappears? The answer is clear: awareness. The awareness that holds everything but is not defined by anything. It is the screen without the movie. And in that awareness you find peace, freedom, and a deeper connection to life. You are not the movie. You are the screen. Imagine standing at the edge of the ocean, looking out at the vast expanse of water stretching to the horizon. The waves rise and fall, crashing against the shore, moving and shifting with the rhythm of the tide. Each wave has its moment of existence, surging forward with power and grace, only to dissolve back into the vastness of the sea. For a moment, the wave seems distinct, separate. Its shape, its motion, its form, all of these things make the wave appear like an individual entity. But what if I told you that the wave was never separate from the ocean? What if I told you that the wave is not the wave but the ocean itself? In the same way, you may think of yourself as an individual, separate and distinct from the world around you. You have a name, a body, a mind, and a collection of experiences that you identify with. But what if, beneath all of these layers, You are not the wave of your individual self, but the vast ocean of awareness from which the wave arises and to which it returns. What if you are not the fleeting thought, the passing emotion, or the temporary experience of being you, but the unchanging sea of consciousness that holds everything in its depth? At first, this may seem like a radical shift in perspective. After all, we are so accustomed to identifying with the wave, with the individual self, the I that defines our existence. We believe that our thoughts, our feelings, and our experiences are the essence of who we are. But when you begin to see yourself as the ocean, rather than the wave, you start to realize something profound. You are not defined by the temporary fluctuations of life. You are the awareness, the vast eternal consciousness that holds all of these experiences without being affected by them. Let's explore this metaphor further. Think about the wave. The wave is constantly changing, constantly moving with the rhythm of the ocean. One moment it is small, the next moment it is large, and then it recedes back into the water, disappearing for a time before rising again. The wave appears to have an individual identity, but in reality, it is just a temporary expression of the ocean. The wave is not separate from the ocean. It is not distinct from it. It is simply a temporary form that rises and falls, only to merge back into the water from which it came. Now consider your own life. Like the wave, you may feel like an individual, distinct from others, separate in your thoughts, your emotions, and your experiences. You may identify with your body, your mind, your personality, and your story. But when you look more closely, you begin to realize that all of these things are temporary. Your thoughts rise and fall like waves. Your emotions surge and recede. Your experiences come and go. But beneath all of these fluctuations, there is something constant, something unchanging, and that something is your true nature. The awareness that holds it all, the vast ocean of consciousness that is always present, whether the waves are calm or stormy. The key to understanding this is recognizing that you are not the wave. You are the ocean. You are the awareness that holds the wave, the consciousness that witnesses the thoughts, emotions, and experiences that arise. Just as the wave is not separate from the ocean, you are not separate from the world around you. The I that you think of as an individual self is simply a temporary wave of thought and experience. It comes and goes, rising and falling with the tide of your life. But beneath it all, you are the vast, unchanging ocean of awareness, always present, always observing, and never defined by the fleeting waves of experience. But here's the challenge. We are so accustomed to identifying with the wave, with the individual self, that we often forget that we are the ocean. We get lost in the thoughts, the emotions, and the stories we tell ourselves. We become consumed by the temporary fluctuations of life, believing that they define who we are. When we are angry, we think we are anger. When we are sad, we think we are sadness. When we have a thought, we think we are the thought. But when you begin to see yourself as the ocean, you begin to realize that you are not the thought, the emotion, or the experience. You are the awareness that witnesses them, the space in which they arise and dissolve. The truth is that the wave cannot exist without the ocean. Without the vast, unchanging sea beneath it, the wave would not be able to rise. In the same way, your thoughts, emotions, and experiences cannot exist without the awareness that holds them. You are not the thoughts, the emotions, or the experiences themselves. You are the awareness that holds them all together, the presence that witnesses the wave without becoming the wave. When you begin to recognize this, something profound shifts within you. You begin to step back from the drama of life, from the fluctuations of thought and emotion, and you start to rest in the unchanging ocean of awareness. You begin to see that you are not defined by the temporary waves of your mind and body. You are the ocean, the vast, still presence that holds it all. The waves may rise and fall. The thoughts may come and go, but the ocean remains, untouched and unshaken. This awareness is not something you have to grasp or control. It is not something you can lose or gain. It is simply the presence that is always here, always aware, always observing. The more you rest in this awareness, the more you begin to experience peace. You begin to understand that you are not the wave, not the thought, not the emotion, but the ocean, the vast, unchanging awareness that holds them all. And in that realization you find freedom. Imagine for a moment, standing at the edge of the ocean, watching the waves come and go. You don't become the wave, you simply observe it. You don't try to control it, shape it, or hold on to it. You simply watch it rise and fall, knowing that it is part of the ocean, just as you are part of the vast consciousness that holds all of life. The more you rest in this awareness, the more you realize that you don't need to control or identify with the fluctuations of thought, emotion, or experience. You simply observe them, knowing that they are temporary and that you are the eternal ocean beneath them. The beauty of this realization is that when you see yourself as the ocean, you stop identifying with the wave. You stop getting caught up in the ups and downs of life, in the drama of your thoughts and emotions. You begin to experience life with a sense of detachment, not in the sense of indifference, but in the sense of being fully present, without being swept away by the storm. You begin to understand that life is a dance of waves, and you are the ocean that holds it all. The waves will come, the waves will go, but the ocean remains. So the next time you find yourself caught up in a thought, an emotion, or a situation, take a step back. Remind yourself that you are not the wave, you are the ocean. You are the awareness that holds everything, the stillness beneath the movement, the peace that lies beneath the surface of life. And in that recognition you will find the freedom to live from a place of true power, true peace, and true understanding. Have you ever stopped to wonder where your thoughts come from? One moment there's silence, and then out of nowhere a thought arises in your mind, seemingly from nowhere. It could be a memory, a judgment, a plan for the future, or even a random idea. But here's the curious part. When you think about it, how often do you actually create the thought? Do you decide what thought to think next, or does it simply emerge unbidden into your awareness? It's as if the thought arises before you even realize it, before you even have a chance to consciously identify with it, and only after the thought appears do you claim it as your own. This is a fascinating phenomenon because it challenges the idea that we are in full control of our thoughts. We often walk through life thinking that we are the ones in charge, the ones who decide what we think and feel. But when you truly observe the process of thinking, you begin to see something different. Thoughts arise without you having to do anything at all. They appear spontaneously, often without warning or invitation, and only after the thought has arisen do you assign it to yourself, claiming ownership of it, as though it were something you consciously decided to think. Take a moment and think about your thoughts right now. Are you consciously directing them, or are they just flowing through your awareness? Maybe you're thinking about something you need to do later, or maybe a random thought has popped into your mind about something from your past. But did you choose to think about these things, or did the thought arise spontaneously, like a sentence forming in your mind without your intervention? In fact, you may notice that the vast majority of your thoughts are like this, unbidden, automatic, and often outside of your conscious control. They simply arise, one after another in an unbroken stream, and once they arise, you claim them as your own. You identify with them, you believe them, and you start to think that they define you. But the deeper truth is this: you are not the thinker of these thoughts. You are the awareness that witnesses them, the space in which they arise and dissolve. Just like a sentence that forms before you even realize it, your thoughts emerge in the mind, and only after they arrive do you claim them as yours. This realization can be unsettling, but it is also incredibly liberating. The idea that you are not the thinker, not the one who creates the thought, frees you from the constant identification with the mind. You stop believing that the thoughts are you. You begin to see that the mind is simply a stream of thoughts that arise, often without any control or intention on your part. You are not the thinker of the thought. You are the awareness that notices the thought, and in this awareness you find freedom. Think about how many times in a day you have thoughts that you don't consciously choose. Maybe you wake up in the morning, and immediately your mind starts racing with worries about the day ahead. Maybe a random memory from the past pops into your mind, or perhaps a fleeting judgment about yourself or someone else appears. These thoughts don't require your permission to arise. They are simply part of the mind's functioning, and yet, most of the time, we don't question them. We accept them as our own, believing that the thoughts are somehow a reflection of who we are. But what if they are just thoughts? What if they arise in the mind like sentences that form before you even have the chance to claim them? The interesting thing is that as soon as you do claim the thought, it becomes a part of your experience. You believe the thought, you identify with it, and it becomes part of your story. If you think, "I'm not good enough," you may immediately start to feel the weight of that belief, as though it's a truth about you. But the reality is that the thought, "I'm not good enough," is just a thought. It is not the truth, and it wasn't even your conscious choice to think it. It arose in the mind spontaneously, and only after it appeared did you claim it as your own. Now, imagine what would happen if you could stop claiming every thought as your own. Imagine if you could simply observe the thoughts as they arise, without identifying with them. What if, instead of believing every thought that crosses your mind, you simply watched it come and go, like clouds in the sky, without attaching any meaning to it? This is the practice of mindful awareness, being the observer of your thoughts, not the thinker of them. When you begin to practice this kind of awareness, you start to notice that most of your thoughts are not truly yours. They are just fleeting experiences, arising and passing away in the field of your consciousness. They are like waves on the surface of the ocean, constantly moving, constantly changing. But just as the ocean is not defined by the waves, you are not defined by the thoughts. The thoughts are temporary, they come and go, but the awareness that holds them, the ocean of consciousness, is unchanging. This is a profound shift in perception. Instead of identifying with every thought, every belief, and every feeling that arises in your mind, you begin to realize that you are the awareness that holds it all. You are not the content of the thought. You are the space in which the thought arises, and this realization allows you to let go of the constant need to control your thoughts, or to believe every thought that comes into your mind. You can simply observe them, without attachment, without judgment, and without the need to claim them as your own. This practice of non-attachment to thoughts is liberating because it allows you to live with a sense of freedom and peace. You stop being at the mercy of the mind and you begin to experience life as it truly is, without the filter of thought, without the constant chatter of the inner voice. You begin to see that the thoughts, emotions, and beliefs that arise in your mind are just temporary visitors. They don't define you, they are not the truth, they are simply passing through the space of your awareness, and you are the one who watches them. Imagine how different your life would be if you stopped identifying with every thought. Instead of being ruled by your inner voice, you would experience a sense of calm, of stillness, of clarity. You would no longer be caught up in the drama of your thoughts. You would simply observe them, knowing that they are not who you are. And in that awareness, you would find freedom. It's important to note that this does not mean you stop thinking. Thinking is a natural part of being human, and thoughts will continue to arise. But the difference is that when you stop identifying with every thought, you stop being controlled by them. You no longer believe that every thought is a reflection of your true self. Instead, you recognize that thoughts are simply phenomena that arise in the mind, and you are the awareness that holds them. This shift in perception can be subtle, but it is profoundly transformative. When you begin to recognize that the thought is not you, that the thought arises before you even claim it, you begin to free yourself from the mind's grip. You stop being the puppet of your thoughts and instead you become the observer of them. You see that thoughts are not personnel. They are not a reflection of your essence. They're just passing waves on the surface of the ocean of your consciousness. And here's the beauty of this. When you stop identifying with the thoughts, you begin to experience life from a place of pure awareness. You begin to see that you are not the thinker, not the doer, but the awareness in which all of this unfolds. You are the space in which the thoughts arise, the emotions surge, and the experiences unfold. You are the presence that witnesses it all, but is not affected by it, and in that awareness you find peace. So the next time a thought arises in your mind, take a moment to ask yourself, did I create this thought? Is it truly mine, or is it simply passing through? The moment you ask that question, you begin to see that the thought is not truly yours. It is just a temporary visitor in the vast ocean of your awareness. And once you realize this, you begin to experience a profound sense of freedom. You no longer need to claim every thought as your own. You no longer need to identify with every passing wave. You simply watch, with clarity and peace, as the thoughts arise and dissolve, knowing that you are the awareness that holds them. Have you ever tried to predict what your next thought will be? You sit quietly, perhaps in meditation or during a moment of reflection, and you decide to try something curious. You attempt to consciously choose what thought will arise next. You wait. You try to anticipate the direction of your mind, and nothing happens. Or perhaps a thought does arise, but it is not what you expected. It is not the thought you chose. It is not the thought you predicted. It comes out of nowhere, almost as if it had been there all along, waiting to be noticed. This simple experiment reveals something profound. You are not in control of your thoughts. You cannot predict them because you are not the creator of them. The mind is a fascinating thing. It's always active, always churning, always producing thoughts, ideas, judgments, and stories. Thoughts seem to arise spontaneously, often without our conscious effort. One moment your mind is focused on a task, and the next moment a random memory or a completely unrelated thought flashes into your awareness. You may try to direct your thinking, to focus on one thing or another, but it's as if the mind has a life of its own, continuing its flow whether you intend it to or not. And yet, we often believe that we are the ones creating these thoughts, controlling the narrative of our minds. But in truth, thoughts arise in consciousness without any conscious effort on our part. They appear in the vast space of awareness, and only then do we claim them as our own. Think about the last time you tried to control your thoughts. Maybe you were trying to concentrate on something important, or perhaps you were trying to quiet your mind in meditation. How often did you succeed in predicting the next thought, in controlling the flow of your mind? Most likely you didn't. The thoughts simply came, one after another, like waves on the ocean. Some were pleasant, some were distressing, and others were completely random, without any clear connection to your current experience. No matter how hard you try, the next thought always seems to arrive unbidden, and you are left simply observing it, as though it came from somewhere outside your control. The reality is that thoughts do not come from you. You are not the creator of them. You are not the one who decides what thought will arise next. Thoughts arise spontaneously, shaped by past experiences, conditioning, and even unconscious patterns of mind. They are a product of the mind's habitual tendencies, not a conscious creation. In fact, the more you try to control your thoughts, the more you will find yourself at the mercy of them. The more you strive to predict and direct your thinking, the more elusive it becomes. This is because thoughts are not something you can control with willpower or intention. They come and go on their own, like clouds drifting across the sky, appearing and dissolving without your intervention. So what does this mean for you? It means that the experience of thinking is not something you can force. You are not the master of your thoughts. Instead, you are the awareness that witnesses them. The thoughts are not you. They are not a reflection of your true self. They are simply temporary experiences that arise in the vast field of your consciousness. And the more you identify with them, the more you are trapped by them. The moment you stop trying to control the thoughts, the moment you stop identifying with them, you begin to experience the peace that comes from being the observer, not the thinker. But how do you become the observer? The key is awareness. Awareness is the space in which all thoughts arise, and it is the stillness that holds them without being affected by them. When you recognize that you are the awareness, not the thoughts themselves, you begin to experience a deep sense of freedom. You no longer need to fight with your mind or attempt to control it. Instead, you simply observe the thoughts as they come and go, knowing that they are not who you are. Here's the interesting part. When you stop trying to control or predict your thoughts, you begin to notice something profound. The mind starts to settle on its own. The more you try to push thoughts away, the more they persist. But when you simply let them be, when you stop identifying with them, they lose their power. They come and they go, but they no longer define you. You are no longer swept away by the current of your thoughts. You are the awareness that holds them, the space in which they arise and dissolve. The more you practice this, the more you begin to see that thoughts are not something you need to control. They are not something you need to fight with. They are simply passing phenomena, like clouds in the sky. Some are dark and stormy, others are light and fluffy, but they all pass. And in that passing they leave no permanent mark on the vast sky of awareness. You are not defined by your thoughts. You are the awareness that watches them pass. It's important to note that this doesn't mean that you stop thinking entirely. Thinking is a natural part of being human, and thoughts will continue to arise. But the difference is this. When you stop trying to control the thoughts, you begin to experience them from a place of detachment. You begin to notice that you are not the thoughts. You are the awareness that holds them. And in that awareness you find peace. The thoughts may come and go, but they no longer have the power to disturb your sense of self. Now, let's return to the experiment you conducted earlier, where you tried to predict your next thought. You probably found that no matter how hard you tried, the next thought always arrived unbidden, unexpected, and outside your control. This is a powerful realization. It shows you that the mind is not something you can control through willpower. It is not something that is subject to your conscious direction. The thoughts arise by their own nature, and you are simply the observer of them. But here's the beauty of this realization. When you accept that you are not the thinker of the thought, that you are not the one controlling the flow of your mind, you begin to experience a deeper sense of peace. You no longer need to be at war with your thoughts. You no longer need to fight with the mind, trying to push away unwanted thoughts or force yourself to think in a certain way. Instead, you simply watch the thoughts come and go, knowing that they do not define you. They are just temporary visitors in the vast field of your awareness. In fact, this practice of observation, of allowing the thoughts to arise and dissolve without attachment or identification, is a form of meditation. Meditation is not about stopping the thoughts or controlling the mind. It is about becoming aware of the thoughts without becoming identified with them. It is about observing the mind from a place of detachment, recognizing that the mind is not who you are. You are the awareness that holds it all. And when you rest in this awareness, you experience peace, clarity, and a deep sense of freedom. This realization can be incredibly liberating. It frees you from the constant pressure to control your thoughts, to manipulate your mind, and to force yourself to think in a certain way. You no longer need to struggle with the mind. You can simply watch it, observe it, and let it be. And in that observation you find the peace and freedom that comes from recognizing that you are not the thoughts. You are the awareness that holds them. So the next time you find yourself trying to predict your next thought, trying to control your mind or dictate what you should be thinking, remember this. You cannot predict the next thought. You are not the creator of your thoughts. You are the awareness that witnesses them, and in that awareness you find freedom. You are not the mind, not the thinker, not the doer. You are the awareness, the observer, the stillness that holds it all. Consider for a moment the vast network of thoughts and beliefs that shape your daily life, the thoughts that constantly arise, one after another, often without any conscious effort or decision on your part. Have you ever noticed how these thoughts have a peculiar quality about them? They're constantly attaching labels to things, labeling experiences, people, and emotions as mine. We label our thoughts as my thoughts, our body as my body, our feelings as my feelings, and so on. But have you ever questioned what lies behind these labels? Why do we constantly attach the word mine to everything we experience? Where does this feeling of ownership come from? And more importantly, is it real? At the core of this labeling machine is the illusion of control, the belief that we are in control of our thoughts, our actions, and our experiences. We act as though we are the ones who are consciously choosing each thought, each feeling, and each reaction. But in truth, the mind, through habit and conditioning, labels everything as mine, often without us ever questioning it. It is a default pattern, a learned response, a mechanical process that gives us the false sense of control over our lives. Let's break this down further. Imagine that you wake up in the morning and immediately start thinking about your day. I need to get up, I need to go to work, I need to check my email. Thoughts arise automatically, and before you even realize it, you've already attached a label to each one. My body is tired. My thoughts are busy. My responsibilities are overwhelming. But did you truly choose these thoughts, or did they just arise in the mind, shaped by habit and previous experiences? If you dig deeper, you'll notice that most of the time, these thoughts are not chosen consciously. They are automatic responses to past conditioning, existing in the mind like a pre-programmed machine. They come, and we claim them as ours. This labeling of everything as mine gives the illusion of control. When you think, "These are my thoughts," you begin to believe that you are the one who created them. You identify with them, thinking they define who you are. Similarly, when you say, "This is my body, this is my life, these are my emotions," you create an illusion of separation and ownership. But the reality is these labels are just that. They are not truths. They are just mental constructions that arise in the mind. And when you attach these labels to your experience, you believe you are in control. You believe that you are the one who owns these thoughts, feelings, and experiences. But what if you stopped labeling everything as mine? What if you stopped identifying with every thought, every emotion, and every experience that arises in your mind? What would happen if you let go of the illusion of control and simply observe the thoughts and emotions as they come and go, without attaching the label of mine to them? When you do this, something remarkable happens. You begin to see that the thoughts and emotions are not yours. They are simply arising in consciousness, passing through awareness, but they do not define you. The illusion of control begins to dissolve, and you start to recognize that the sense of ownership, the mind, was just a habit of the mind, a deeply ingrained pattern that had been repeated so often that it seemed like truth. This shift in perception is incredibly liberating because it allows you to step out of the cycle of identification with the mind. You are no longer defined by the thoughts and emotions that arise in your awareness. You are not the thoughts. You are not the emotions. You are the awareness in which they arise and pass away. And in that awareness, you find freedom. Let's explore how this habit of labeling everything as mine works in more detail. From a young age, we are taught to identify with everything that arises in our experience. This is my toy. This is my family. This is my name. As we grow older, these labels extend to our bodies, our possessions, and even our identities. This is my body. This is my career. This is my life. The mind becomes attached to these labels, and we begin to think that they are a reflection of who we are. The more we identify with these labels, the more the illusion of control takes hold. We think that the mind defines us, that the thoughts, the emotions, and the experiences we identify with are who we truly are. But in reality, these are just labels, just constructs that the mind has created over time. The key to breaking free from this illusion is to recognize that you are not the labels. You are not the thoughts, the emotions, or the experiences. You are the awareness in which they arise. When you start to notice this, you begin to realize that the illusion of control is nothing more than a habit pretending to be choice. You don't control your thoughts. They arise spontaneously. You don't control your emotions. They flow through you. And you don't control the world around you. You can respond to it, but you cannot fully control it. The only thing you can control is your awareness, the space in which everything arises. So what does it mean to step out of the machine that labels everything as mine? It means learning to observe your thoughts, your emotions, and your experiences without attaching to them. It means letting go of the habit of ownership, of believing that you are the one who is in control. It means recognizing that your true nature is the awareness that holds everything but is not defined by it. You are not the thoughts, the feelings, or the experiences. You are the space in which they arise and dissolve. When you begin to practice this awareness, you start to notice something amazing. The thoughts and emotions lose their grip on you. They no longer control your sense of self. You are not the person who has to react to every thought, every emotion, every experience. You are the awareness that simply witnesses them. And in that witnessing you find peace. You find freedom. The labels that once defined you, my thoughts, my emotions, my body, no longer hold the same weight. They are just passing phenomena. And you are the awareness that holds them, not the content. Think about the way you experience emotions. When you feel anger, sadness, or fear, do you identify with the emotion and think, I am angry, I am sad, or I am afraid? Most of the time we do. But what if instead of identifying with the emotion, you simply observed it? What if you noticed, anger is arising in my awareness, or sadness is appearing in my mind? When you do this, you create space between you and the emotion. You stop identifying with it as mine. And in that space you realize that the emotion is not you. It is simply something arising in awareness. And this is true for all emotions, all thoughts, and all experiences. They are not you. They are not mine. They are just temporary visitors in the field of your consciousness. If it feels empty, it will stop. This realization frees you from the need to control your thoughts or emotions. You no longer need to fight with them or resist them. You can simply watch them without attachment, knowing that they will come and go. The more you practice this awareness, the more you begin to see that the illusion of control is just habit pretending to be choice. You do not have to identify with every thought, every feeling, or every experience that arises. You can simply observe them, knowing that they are not who you are. In the end, the habit of labeling everything as mind is just a mental construct. It is a way of organizing the world, of attaching meaning to things in order to feel a sense of control. But when you begin to see beyond the labels, when you recognize that you are the awareness that holds everything, you step into a deeper freedom. You are no longer bound by the mind's need to control, to label, or to own. You are the space in which all of it arises. And in that space you find peace, clarity, and a deep sense of liberation. So, the next time a thought arises, a feeling comes, or a situation unfolds, take a moment to pause and ask yourself, is this mine? Notice the labels you've attached to it and then let go of them. You are not the thought. You are not the feeling. You are the awareness that witnesses it all. And in that awareness, you will discover the freedom that comes from letting go of the illusion of control. How often do you say to yourself, I am thinking? It's a statement that feels natural. It seems true. After all, you hear yourself thinking, don't you? Thoughts come into your mind and it feels like you are the one creating them, the one controlling them. When you say, I am thinking, it's easy to assume that you, as the I, are the one who owns the thought, the one who is doing the thinking. But what if I told you that I am thinking is just a sentence, not a fact? What if the truth is much more profound than simply identifying with the thought process itself? Let's pause for a moment and consider the nature of language. We use first-person grammar every day. We say I am, I do, I think, and it feels like these statements are accurate descriptions of who we are. But what if this first-person perspective is actually a convenient illusion created by the mind? What if, instead of being the thinker of our thoughts, we are simply the awareness in which thoughts arise, just like clouds drifting through the sky? The phrase, I am thinking, suggests that you are the one in control of your thoughts, the one directing your thinking. It implies that you are the thinker, the entity doing the thinking. But think about it for a moment. When you observe the thinking process, do you notice that thoughts often come unbidden, without your conscious direction? One moment you're focused on a task, and the next a completely unrelated thought pops into your mind. You may try to redirect your thoughts, to focus on something else, but they keep coming. Can you really control this stream of consciousness? Or is the thinking process happening independently of your will, with the I merely claiming ownership of it after the fact? If you stop and look closely, you'll begin to see something surprising. The thought arises first, and only then does the I claim it. The thinking happens before you even realize it. Thoughts are like visitors that come and go, and you, the awareness, are simply the one who notices them. I am thinking is not a statement of fact. It is just a label, a sentence that the mind creates after the thought has already appeared. In reality, thoughts don't come from you. They arise spontaneously, and it's only after they appear that you identify them as yours. Now, let's take a deeper dive into this. When you say, I am thinking, you are placing the I at the center of the thinking process. But this is a misunderstanding of what is happening. The I is not the one thinking. The I is just the label you attach to the awareness that is observing the thinking. The true nature of the I is not the thinker, the doer, or the controller. The I is the awareness in which thoughts arise, but it is not the creator of those thoughts. It is the space in which the thoughts happen, not the thinker of them. When you say, I am thinking, you are simply placing yourself at the center of a process that is happening independently of you. This realization is liberating because it allows you to detach from the thinking process. It helps you see that you are not defined by the thoughts that arise in your mind. You are not the thinker. You are the awareness that holds the thoughts. And this awareness is not limited to the first-person grammar of I am thinking. It is the silent observer of the mind, the space in which all thoughts, emotions, and experiences arise, but without being affected by them. Take a moment to reflect on this. How often do you feel as though you are at the mercy of your thoughts? How often do you identify with a thought that says, I can't do this, or I'm not good enough? These thoughts can feel so real, so true, that they shape your sense of self. But what if those thoughts are not who you are? What if they are simply temporary occurrences in the mind, fleeting ideas that come and go, but not the essence of your being? If you are not the thinker, if you are not the thought itself, then what remains? What remains is the awareness that holds the thought, but is not defined by it. The moment you begin to see this, you step into a deeper understanding of who you really are. You are not the I that claims ownership over the thought. You are the awareness in which the thought arises and dissolves. You are the vast space that holds all the mental activity, but is not limited by it. This is a profound shift in perspective. Instead of identifying with the thoughts, you begin to identify with the awareness that witnesses them. You stop being the thinker of the thought and become the observer of it. This shift allows you to experience thoughts with detachment. You no longer need to believe every thought that comes into your mind. You no longer need to identify with the story the mind is telling. Instead, you simply observe the thought as it arises, and you recognize that it is not you, it is just a thought, a temporary occurrence in the vast field of awareness. So, let's break it down further. Why does the mind create the illusion that I am thinking? Why do we insist on claiming ownership over every thought? The mind does this because it wants to create a sense of continuity, a sense of self. We are conditioned to believe that the I is the center of our existence, that it is the one controlling the narrative of our lives. The mind creates this story, and the more we buy into it, the more we begin to identify with the I, the thinker, the doer, the controller. But when you begin to question this, when you begin to see that the I is not the thinker, that it is just a sentence the mind creates to explain what's happening, something shifts. You begin to recognize that you are the awareness, not the thought. The I is not the center of your being. You are the awareness in which all thoughts arise, the space in which the drama of the mind unfolds. And when you realize this, you can detach from the thought. You no longer need to be controlled by them. You no longer need to believe them. You simply observe them as they come and go, knowing that they are not who you are. This awareness is the key to inner peace. When you stop identifying with the thoughts, you stop getting caught up in the drama of the mind. You stop believing that every thought is a reflection of your true self. Instead, you recognize that thoughts are just passing clouds in the sky of awareness. They come, they go, and you are the sky, not the clouds. You are the awareness that holds them, the stillness beneath the movement of thought. Let's take a moment to explore the power of detachment. When you detach from the thoughts, you stop giving them power over you. Instead of reacting to every thought, instead of believing that the thought defines you, you simply watch it. You recognize that it is just a passing experience in the field of awareness. The thought may arise, and you may notice it, but you don't have to identify with it. You don't have to believe it. You can simply observe it and let it go. This is the practice of mindfulness, the practice of being present with the thought without identifying with it. As you practice mindfulness, you begin to notice that the thoughts lose their grip on you. You begin to experience a sense of freedom because you are no longer defined by the thoughts. You are not the I that thinks them. You are the awareness that holds them. And in that awareness you find peace. So when you find yourself saying, "I am thinking," take a moment to step back and question it. Realize that the thought has already arisen before you even had the chance to claim it. It is not yours. It is just a temporary visitor in your awareness. You are not the thinker. You are the awareness in which the thought arises. And in that recognition you step into the freedom of simply being the observer, not the thinker. Have you ever believed that you are in control of your choices, that you consciously decide what you think, feel, and do? We like to think of ourselves as the masters of our minds, the ones who make deliberate, conscious decisions about our actions and thoughts. We believe that when we make a choice, we are fully aware of the process, that we weigh the options, reflect on the possibilities, and then, with full autonomy, select the path we will take. But what if I told you that, according to neuroscience, your brain is actually making decisions long before you are even aware of them? What if your sense of conscious choice is simply an illusion, a story your mind tells you after the decision has already been made? The revelation comes from a growing body of research in neuroscience, which has shown that the brain initiates actions before we become consciously aware of them. In one of the most famous experiments on this topic, researchers have measured brain activity before participants consciously decide to press a button. What they found was startling. The brain shows activity related to the action several seconds before the participant is even aware of their decision. In other words, the brain is already choosing the action long before you feel like you are making a choice. This phenomenon is not limited to simple actions like pressing a button. It extends to more complex decisions as well. What this means is that the conscious mind, the part of us that thinks it's in control, is not the driving force behind our actions. The brain is making decisions behind the scenes, and our conscious awareness simply catches up with the result. Let's explore this idea further. Imagine you are sitting at a table, deciding whether to have a cup of coffee or tea. In the moment of decision, you may feel as though you are carefully considering the pros and cons, weighing the options, and ultimately choosing one over the other. It feels as though you are making the decision in that moment. But what if your brain has already made the choice for you? What if, without your conscious knowledge, your brain has already initiated the process of selecting coffee or tea, and by the time you feel like you're making a decision, it's already been made? This is what neuroscience is revealing. Our conscious minds are not the decision makers we think we are. We are simply aware of the choices that the brain has already made for us. This idea may be uncomfortable for some, especially because we often pride ourselves on our ability to think critically and make independent decisions. We like to believe that we are in control of our thoughts, that we have the power to choose freely. But neuroscience is pulling back the curtain and showing us that our sense of free will may not be as free as we think. The decisions we believe we are making consciously are often already determined by unconscious processes in the brain. You may be asking, if my brain is making decisions before I am aware of them, what does that say about my free will? This is a critical question, one that has been debated for centuries by philosophers, scientists, and thinkers alike. If the brain is making choices before we are aware of them, does that mean we have no control over our actions? Are we simply puppets being controlled by unconscious neural processes? The answer to this question is more complex than a simple yes or no. While it's true that much of our decision-making happens unconsciously, that doesn't mean we are entirely without control. The fact that our brain is making decisions before we are consciously aware of them does not mean we are powerless. It simply means that much of what we experience as conscious choice is influenced by underlying unconscious processes. Our conscious awareness comes into play after the fact, when we interpret and rationalize the choices that the brain has already made. We may feel like we are deciding what to do, but in reality our brain has already laid the groundwork for that decision before we even realize it. But here's the fascinating part. Just because the brain initiates actions before we are conscious of them, that doesn't mean we are stuck in a deterministic pre-programmed loop. The brain is constantly adapting and learning from our experiences. It's not a rigid mechanical system. It is a highly flexible and dynamic organ, capable of change through a process called neuroplasticity. This means that, while our decisions may be shaped by unconscious neural processes, we still have the ability to influence the brain through conscious awareness and intention. Our conscious mind may not always be in control, but it has the power to steer the brain in new directions. The key here is recognizing the difference between what is conscious and what is unconscious. While the brain may make decisions before we are aware of them, our conscious mind plays an important role in shaping the direction of our lives. When we become aware of the unconscious influences at play, we can start to shift the patterns of thought and behavior that are automatically triggered by the brain. In essence, by becoming more mindful and present, we can influence the unconscious processes that guide our actions. But it's not just about becoming aware of unconscious patterns, it's also about understanding the nature of choice itself. If you examine the idea of choice closely, you may come to realize that choice is not as linear or as simple as we often think. We believe that we are making decisions in a straight line, from point A to point B. But in reality, our decisions are shaped by a multitude of factors: past experiences, memories, emotions, biases, and unconscious beliefs. All of these factors influence the choices we make, and our sense of conscious decision-making is often a product of these influences. In other words, the conscious mind doesn't act in isolation. It's always working in tandem with the unconscious mind, which is constantly shaping our thoughts and behaviors. Now, you may be wondering, does this mean we are powerless? Does this mean that we have no control over our lives? Absolutely not. The fact that the brain is making decisions before we are aware of them doesn't negate our capacity for change. If anything, it reveals the importance of cultivating self-awareness. When we become more aware of our unconscious patterns and the forces shaping our decisions, we can begin to change the way we think, feel, and act. The more conscious we become of the underlying processes in the brain, the more we can influence those processes in a positive direction. Think about it. When you practice mindfulness or meditation, you are strengthening the connection between the conscious mind and the unconscious mind. You are creating space between the stimulus and the response, giving yourself the opportunity to choose how to react, rather than simply being on autopilot. By becoming more aware of your habitual patterns of thought and behavior, you can consciously choose to break free from them. The unconscious patterns of the brain are powerful, but they are not unchangeable. You have the power to rewire your brain through intention, awareness, and practice. One of the most fascinating aspects of this research is that it shows just how much of our experience is shaped by unconscious processes. The brain is constantly processing information even when we are not aware of it. It is making decisions, predicting outcomes, and preparing us for action before we even realize it. And yet, despite the influence of unconscious processes, we still have the power to influence our experience through conscious awareness. By becoming more present, more mindful, and more intentional in our actions, we can begin to align the unconscious and conscious mind in a way that allows us to make more empowered decisions. This realization also helps us understand that we are not as separate from the world around us as we often think. Our brain is constantly interacting with the environment, processing information from our senses, and making decisions based on that input. We are constantly influenced by our environment, our relationships, and our experiences, and these influences shape the decisions we make. The more we become aware of these influences, the more we can navigate them consciously, rather than being swept along by them unconsciously. In the end, neuroscience is pulling back the curtain and showing us the fascinating inner workings of the mind. It is revealing that much of what we experience as conscious choice is influenced by unconscious neural processes. The brain is making decisions before we are aware of them, and our sense of conscious choice is often a post hoc rationalization of what has already been decided. But this doesn't mean we are powerless. It simply means that we need to recognize the interplay between the conscious and unconscious mind, and become more mindful of the influences that shape our decisions. So, the next time you think you are making a conscious choice, take a moment to reflect. Ask yourself, am I truly the one making this choice, or is my brain guiding me toward this decision without my awareness? By doing so, you'll begin to recognize the subtle dance between consciousness and unconsciousness, and you'll gain a deeper understanding of how your brain shapes your experience. Have you ever believed that you are the author of your life, the one who is writing the story of who you are and what you experience? It's a comforting thought, isn't it? That you are in control, the one crafting your narrative, making decisions and steering the course of your destiny. We like to think that we are the ones in charge, writing each chapter, deciding who we will become and what we will do. But what if I told you that, in truth, you are not the author at all? What if the story is already unfolding, and you are merely the narrator, observing it as it plays out? Imagine for a moment that your life is a book. You are sitting down, flipping through the pages, and there it is, the story of you. The events, the experiences, the choices, and the outcomes are all laid out before you. It feels as though you are the one controlling the plot, making the choices and deciding how the story will unfold. But what if I told you that the plot has already been written? What if, instead of being the author, you are simply the narrator, recounting the events as they occur, without any power to change them? This might sound unsettling at first, because we are conditioned to believe that we are in control, that we are the creators of our own stories. We identify with the I, the me, the one who is making decisions, taking action, and experiencing life. We think that we are writing the script, that we are the ones deciding what happens next. But what if the truth is different? What if you are not the one creating the story, but the one telling it after the fact? What if you are simply the awareness in which the story unfolds, the observer of the narrative, rather than the one in control of it? The more you examine this, the more you begin to see that the I that thinks it is writing the story is just a character in the story. The mind creates this illusion of authorship, of control, because it wants to believe that it is the one shaping the narrative. But in reality, the events of your life are unfolding on their own, independent of the I that believes it is in charge. You are not the author of the story. You are the narrator, observing the plot as it unfolds in the field of awareness. Think about your thoughts for a moment. How often do you have thoughts that seem to arise spontaneously, without any conscious effort on your part? One moment you are focused on a task, and the next moment a completely unrelated thought pops into your mind. You may try to control your thinking, to direct it in a certain direction, but the thoughts keep coming, seemingly without your permission. In this sense, you are not the one creating the thoughts. The thoughts simply arise in consciousness, and you, as the narrator, are simply aware of them. The I that claims ownership of the thoughts is not the creator of them. It is merely the observer, the one who gives the appearance of authorship to a process that is happening independently. The same is true for your emotions. How often do you feel emotions that seem to come out of nowhere, triggered by external events or internal thoughts? You may feel anger, sadness, joy, or excitement, But do you have full control over how or when these emotions arise? Often, emotions seem to arise spontaneously, without your conscious effort. The I doesn't decide to feel angry or sad, it simply reacts to what is happening, and the emotion arises in response. And yet, we often claim ownership of our emotions, as though we are the ones who are choosing to feel them. But in reality, the emotions are simply arising in response to the world, and the I is simply narrating the experience. This can be a difficult realization because we are so deeply conditioned to believe that we are in control, that we are the authors of our own lives. But when you begin to see that you are not the author but the narrator, something profound shifts. You begin to recognize that your thoughts, emotions, and experiences are not yours to control. They are unfolding in the field of awareness, and you, as the narrator, are simply witnessing them. The sense of ownership, the sense of control, is an illusion created by the mind to make sense of the world. The next time you find yourself thinking, "I am doing this," or "I am in control of this situation," take a moment to pause and reflect. What if you are not the one in control? What if the I is simply a character in the story and the story is unfolding on its own, independent of your conscious will? What if the choices you think you are making are simply reactions to the events that are unfolding in your life, rather than conscious decisions that you are in control of? This shift in perspective doesn't mean that you are powerless. On the contrary, it opens up a new way of experiencing life. When you stop identifying with the I as the author of your life, you begin to recognize that you are not bound by the story. You are the awareness in which the story unfolds, the observer of the narrative. And as the observer, you have the ability to change the way you relate to the story. You may not be able to change the events of your life, but you can change how you respond to them. Instead of being caught up in the drama of the story, you can simply witness it with clarity and presence, without identifying with the characters, the plot, or the outcome. Imagine watching a movie. As the movie unfolds, you don't try to control what happens next. You don't try to change the storyline. You simply watch the events as they unfold, experiencing the emotions and reactions that come with them. In the same way, when you begin to see that you are the narrator, not the author, you start to relate to life differently. You stop trying to control the narrative. You stop fighting against what is happening. Instead, you simply witness it with awareness, accepting that the story is unfolding as it is, without the need to make it different. This does not mean that you are passive or detached from life. Far from it. It means that you are fully engaged in the story, but without the burden of ownership. You are no longer caught up in the idea that you are the one writing the script. Instead, you are the observer, fully present with the unfolding of life, without the need to change it, control it, or direct it. You are simply allowing it to unfold, knowing that you are not the author, but the awareness that holds it all. This shift in perception is incredibly liberating because it frees you from the pressure of trying to control every aspect of your life. It allows you to step out of the role of the author and into the role of the narrator. You are not responsible for the plot twists, the challenges, or the outcomes. You are simply the one witnessing them, and in that witnessing, you find peace, you find freedom. So the next time you find yourself saying, "I am writing the story of my life," take a moment to pause and reflect. What if you are not the author? What if the story is already unfolding and you are simply the narrator, witnessing it as it happens? In that realization, you may find a sense of freedom, a sense of relief, and a deep connection to the present moment. You are not the author of your life. You are the narrator, the awareness that holds the story, and in that awareness you find peace. Do you ever stop and wonder what the self really is? The idea of I seems so natural to us. It's the lens through which we view the world, the concept that defines our individuality, our existence, and our place in the world. We identify with the I in every moment, believing that it is the central core of who we are. We say, "I am this, I am that, I feel this, and I think that," constantly reinforcing the idea of a stable, unchanging self. But what if the self is not a solid, unchanging entity? What if the self is nothing more than a thought, a collection of mental constructs that arise in your awareness, a thought pretending to be more than just a thought? Let's take a closer look at this. We all experience the world from the perspective of I. Our thoughts, our feelings, our perceptions all seem to center around this idea of I. It feels as though there is a person inside of us, a central figure who is making decisions, experiencing emotions, and navigating life. This I seems so real, so solid, and so tangible. But when you really examine it, what is the self, truly? Is it a permanent, unchanging entity, or is it simply a thought that arises and disappears in the mind? The truth is, the self is not a fixed entity at all. It is a thought, a collection of thoughts, beliefs, memories, and stories that come together to form the illusion of a separate individual self. Think about it. When you say, "I am thinking," what are you referring to? The I is simply a label you've attached to the thinking process. But the thinking itself is not the I. It is just the mind at work, a stream of thoughts arising in awareness. And yet, we identify with this thinking process, as though the thoughts define who we are. But the truth is that you are not the thoughts. You are the awareness in which the thoughts arise. When you start to observe the thought of I, you begin to realize that it is not solid, not permanent, and not separate from the rest of your experience. It is simply a mental construct, a label that the mind creates in an attempt to make sense of experience. The I is not a fixed entity. It is a dynamic, ever-changing collection of thoughts, beliefs, and memories. One moment, you may identify with the thought, "I am happy," and the next you may identify with the thought, "I am sad." But neither of these thoughts is the true I. They are just fleeting, temporary thoughts that arise and pass away. The self is just a collection of these thoughts, constantly shifting and changing, but always holding on to the illusion of a stable identity. And here's the kicker. The more you identify with this thought of I, the more you reinforce the illusion of a separate, individual self. The more you say, "I am this," or "I am that," the more you create the belief that there is a fixed, unchanging I at the center of your experience. You become trapped in the loop of self-identification, constantly reinforcing the thought of I over and over again. Each time a new thought arises, "I am anxious," "I am confident," "I am weak," "I am strong," you attach that thought to the concept of I, and the loop continues. The self is constantly being built and rebuilt by the thoughts that arise in the mind. But the more you identify with the self, the more you experience the tension of wanting to protect and defend it. You feel the need to constantly reinforce the idea of I, because it gives you a sense of stability and control in a world that is constantly changing. When things are going well, the I feels strong and confident. But when things go wrong, the I feels threatened, insecure, and afraid. The self becomes a fragile construct, held together by the constant stream of thoughts that shape it. And the more you attach to the I, the more you get caught in the loop of self-identification, the more you are bound by the ever-changing nature of the thoughts that create it. The paradox here is that the more you try to protect and reinforce the self, the more you feel the need to defend it, the more it becomes a source of suffering. The I is never truly stable. It is always shifting, always changing, and always subject to the fluctuations of thought and experience. The more you try to hold on to the self, the more you realize that it is not something you can control or define. It is an illusion, a thought pretending to be more than just a thought. Now, this might sound unsettling because we've been conditioned to believe that the self is the most important part of our existence. We've been taught to focus on I as the center of our lives, to think of it as the source of our identity, our purpose, and our meaning. But when you start to see that the self is just a thought, you begin to recognize something liberating. You are not the thought. You are the awareness that holds the thought. You are not the self that arises in the mind. You are the space in which the self appears and disappears. And when you begin to realize this, the grip of the I begins to loosen, and you start to experience a deeper sense of freedom. Let's consider the concept of attachment to the self. The more you identify with the I, the more attached you become to the ideas and beliefs that form it. You believe that you are the sum total of your thoughts, your experiences, and your story. But the truth is, the self is not something fixed or permanent. It is a fluid, ever-changing process, a stream of thoughts, beliefs, and emotions that arise and pass away. You are not the thoughts. You are the awareness that observes the thoughts. And once you begin to identify with the awareness, the self no longer has the same hold over you. You are no longer trapped in the loop of self-identification. In the same way that a character in a book is not the author, you are not the self that arises in your thoughts. You are the observer, the awareness, the presence that holds the story of the self. The self is a thought, a collection of beliefs and experiences, but it is not you. It is simply a construct, a mental image that the mind creates to make sense of your experience. The more you identify with the self, the more you feel bound by it. But when you recognize that the self is just a thought, you begin to see through the illusion. You are not the self. You are the awareness that witnesses it. This realization doesn't mean that you cease to exist. It doesn't mean that you lose your individuality or your ability to function in the world. What it means is that you stop identifying with the fleeting thoughts, the changing beliefs, and the ever-shifting self that arises in the mind. You stop attaching to the illusion of I, and instead rest in the awareness that holds it all. You are not the thought. You are the space in which the thought arises. And when you shift your identification from the self to the awareness, you experience a profound sense of peace. The loop of the self is just that, a loop, a never-ending cycle of thoughts and beliefs that reinforces the illusion of I. The more you attach to the self, the more it grows, and the more you feel its weight. But when you realize that the self is just a thought, pretending to be more than a thought, you break free from the loop. You no longer need to protect or defend the self. You simply rest in the awareness that is always present, always observing, and always free. So the next time you catch yourself identifying with the thought of I, take a moment to step back and observe it. Notice that the I is just a thought, a fleeting image in the mind, not the truth of who you are. You are the awareness that holds the thought, the space in which it arises. And in that space, you find freedom. If you look deeply into your thoughts, you may notice something startling. The mind often operates in a constant loop, trying to fix itself. There is a seemingly endless pursuit of improvement, of problem-solving, of self-correction. Thoughts continuously arise that suggest something is wrong, something needs to change, or something about you needs to be fixed. You might hear yourself thinking, I need to be better, or I need to figure this out. These thoughts seem so familiar, so persistent, that you might begin to believe they are true, that there is something about you that needs fixing, or that there is something inherently broken in your way of being. But here's the profound truth. There's no thinker to correct, there's nothing to manage. The mind is simply creating the illusion of a problem where there is none. You may feel this tug at the back of your mind, an insistent whisper that something needs to be addressed, that there's a problem lurking that needs your attention. Whether it's a feeling of inadequacy, a lingering doubt, or a fear of not being enough, these thoughts create the illusion that something about you is broken, incomplete, or needs to be fixed. The mind loves to latch onto this illusion, creating a narrative of constant striving, improvement, and problem-solving. But if you look closely, you'll begin to see that this problem is just a thought that arises in the mind, claiming that something is wrong, something needs fixing, but it is not grounded in reality. It's an illusion. At the core of this illusion is the idea of the thinker, the one who is having thoughts, the one who is creating the narrative of self-improvement. We often identify with the thinker, believing that we are the ones in control of our thoughts, that we are the ones making decisions and judgments about ourselves. We identify with the voice in our head, the one that says you need to change, you need to improve, you need to fix this about yourself. But what if you realize that the thinker is not who you truly are? What if the thinker is just another thought, an illusion of the mind, pretending to be something more than it really is? The truth is, there is no thinker at all. The thinker is simply a collection of thoughts, a pattern that arises in the mind, but it is not the true essence of who you are. When you identify with the thinker, when you believe that you are the one in charge of your thoughts and that you need to fix yourself, you become trapped in the illusion that there is something wrong with you. But when you step back and observe the mind, you begin to see that there is no thinker to fix. There is just awareness, the silent witness to the thoughts, but not the thoughts themselves. The thoughts may arise, but they do not define you. They are not an accurate reflection of your true nature. So, let's examine this idea further. What happens when you stop identifying with the thoughts, when you stop believing that the thoughts are you? What happens when you stop trying to fix the thinker, stop trying to correct the voice in your head that says you are broken or incomplete? What remains is simply awareness, the awareness that holds the thoughts but is not defined by them. You are not the thinker. You are the space in which the thoughts arise and dissolve. Think about it for a moment. When you experience a thought that says, "I need to fix something about myself," you may automatically feel compelled to act on that thought, to make a change, to improve yourself. The mind has created the illusion of a problem, and you believe that you must address it. But what if you paused for a moment and simply observed the thought without acting on it? What if you recognized that the thought is just that, a thought, a passing idea that does not reflect your true nature? What if you realized that there is nothing to fix, because the you that needs fixing is just an illusion of the mind? This shift in perception is powerful, because it frees you from the cycle of constant self-improvement. The mind loves to latch on to the idea that you need to be better, that there is something about you that is broken and must be fixed. But when you recognize that this is just an illusion, that there is no thinker to correct, you free yourself from the endless striving and struggle. You begin to see that you are already complete, already whole. The idea that something needs fixing is just a product of the mind's conditioning. A story it tells itself, but not a reflection of reality. In fact, when you stop trying to fix yourself, you begin to experience life more fully. You no longer feel the pressure of constant improvement. You are able to simply be, without the need to constantly correct, change, or improve. The thought that something is wrong with you or that you need to be different falls away, and you experience a profound sense of peace. You stop striving for a future version of yourself and begin to embrace who you are right now, in this moment. This doesn't mean that you stop growing or evolving. It simply means that you stop identifying with the thought that something about you is broken or incomplete. Growth becomes a natural process, an unfolding of your true nature, rather than a forced attempt to fix something that isn't broken. When you let go of the illusion of needing to fix yourself, you open up space for genuine transformation to occur, not out of necessity, but out of a deep understanding of your wholeness. Let's take a moment to explore how this idea plays out in daily life. Every day the mind generates thoughts about what needs to be fixed. You may look in the mirror and think, "I need to change this about my appearance," or you may think, "I need to improve my career, my relationships, or my habits." These thoughts create the illusion that you are somehow incomplete, that you are constantly falling short of some ideal. But when you stop identifying with these thoughts, you begin to see them for what they are, just passing mental constructs, not truths about who you are. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that holds them. And when you recognize this, the need to fix yourself dissolves. The more you identify with the thought that something needs fixing, the more you reinforce the belief that there is something wrong with you. This becomes a self-perpetuating loop. The mind creates a problem, and you feel compelled to fix it. But when you stop identifying with the thought that something is wrong, the loop breaks. You begin to experience a sense of freedom, because you no longer feel the need to act on the thought that you are incomplete. You can simply observe the thought without attachment, knowing that it is not true. It's important to understand that this doesn't mean you stop taking action in your life. It means that you stop taking action from a place of self-judgment or the belief that something is wrong. You act from a place of clarity, awareness, and acceptance of who you are. You recognize that the I that believes it needs fixing is just a thought, and you no longer identify with it. The actions you take come from a place of fullness, not from a sense of lack. When you recognize that there is nothing to fix, you begin to let go of the constant pressure to improve. You no longer feel burdened by the idea that you must change or correct something about yourself. You are free to simply be who you are, to embrace the present moment as it is, without the need for constant self-improvement. This freedom is incredibly liberating because it allows you to live authentically, without the weight of self-criticism or judgment. You no longer need to prove anything to yourself or others. You are already whole. In the end, the illusion of needing to fix the self is just that, an illusion. There is no thinker to correct, no self to fix, and nothing to manage. The self that you think you need to improve is just a thought, a mental construct that you have identified with. But when you step back and recognize that you are the awareness in which all of this arises, you realize that there is nothing broken. You are already complete, already whole. And when you embrace this truth, you experience a deep sense of peace and freedom that comes from letting go of the need to fix what was never broken. The concept of awareness is one of the most profound realizations on the journey of self-discovery. Awareness is the very essence of our experience, the space in which all thoughts, emotions, and sensations arise and fade away. It's the observer, the silent witness to everything that occurs in our minds and bodies. Without awareness, there would be no experience of life, no consciousness to perceive the world. But here's the interesting twist. Even awareness, as powerful and transformative as it is, can become a trap if you try to claim it. If you begin to identify with awareness as though it is yours, you may find that you've only replaced one illusion with another. At first glance, awareness seems like the ultimate truth. When you realize that you are not your thoughts, your emotions, or your body, the next step is to identify with awareness itself. It seems natural, doesn't it? If you are not your thoughts or your feelings, then you must be the awareness that witnesses them. This realization can feel liberating, as though you have discovered the key to freedom. You see that you are not defined by the constant chatter of the mind or the fluctuations of emotion. Instead, you are the stillness, the space, the awareness in which all of this happens. But the moment you start claiming awareness as your own, the very thing that was meant to set you free begins to become just another layer of the ego, another attachment that keeps you trapped. Let's explore this paradox. Awareness, in its purest form, is not personal. It is not something that belongs to you. It is not your awareness. It is the fundamental quality of being, the space in which all experience unfolds. But as the mind grasps at this realization, it may begin to say, I am aware, and in that very moment you have attached the sense of I to awareness. You've turned something universal into something personal. The mind, in its desire for identity and control, tries to make awareness into a possession, something that can be owned, claimed, or identified with. The trap is subtle but powerful. Once you say, I am the awareness, you've just created a new form of identification. You've created a new self, a self that is aware of being aware but still stuck in the cycle of identification. To truly understand this, we need to examine the very nature of awareness. Awareness is not something that can be grasped, controlled, or contained. It is not a thing, an object, or a possession. It is the vast, open space in which all things arise. The moment you try to hold on to it, to claim it as your own, you limit it. It becomes an object of desire, something to attain, something to control. And in that moment, the freedom that awareness brings begins to fade. What you thought was liberation becomes another attachment. You are no longer free, because you are now bound to the idea that you are the awareness. You have turned it into a concept, a mental object, something that can be defined and grasped. Let's use an example to illustrate this point. Imagine you are sitting in meditation and you become aware of your thoughts. You notice them arising and passing away in the space of your awareness. At first, you may have the realization, I am not my thoughts. You begin to experience a sense of freedom because you recognize that you are the awareness, not the thoughts. But then, as you continue meditating, you may begin to think, I am aware of my thoughts. In that moment, you've subtly shifted your identification. Instead of simply being awareness, you are now the one who is aware. The I has crept back in, and awareness has become something personal. You've added another layer of identity, and in doing so you've diminished the very quality of awareness that was meant to free you. This is where the trap lies. As long as you continue to identify with something, even awareness itself, you are still trapped in the cycle of the ego. The ego is the mind's tendency to grasp, to attach, and to claim ownership over experience. The ego wants to identify with everything, including awareness. It wants to say, this is mine. This is who I am. I am the one who is aware. I am the witness of all things. But in doing so, the ego has hijacked even the purest aspect of your being, turning it into another identity, another mask. Now, this doesn't mean that awareness is bad or that it shouldn't be cultivated. Awareness is an essential part of awakening. But the key is to recognize that awareness is not something you can claim or possess. It is not yours. It is the space in which everything arises, and it is beyond ownership. The moment you identify with awareness, you limit it, because you've turned it into something personal, something that can be owned, something that can be controlled. And the truth is, awareness cannot be controlled. It is vast, infinite, and unbounded. It is the very foundation of your being, the space in which all experience arises, but it is not separate from the rest of existence. It is not yours to claim. The paradox of awareness is that it cannot be claimed. The more you try to claim it, the more it slips through your fingers. But when you stop trying to own it, when you stop attaching the I to it, awareness simply is. It is the vast, open space in which you experience life. But it is not something you possess. It is the space that holds everything, but it cannot be contained. It is the witness to your thoughts, your feelings, and your experiences, but it is not yours to define. When you let go of the need to control it, awareness simply flows, effortlessly, without resistance. You become aware of awareness itself, but without the need to claim it as your own, and in that space of non-attachment, you experience true freedom. This is why true liberation comes when you stop identifying with anything, thoughts, emotions, or even awareness itself. The more you stop attaching labels, the more you step into the pure presence of being. You no longer say, I am this or I am that, including I am awareness. You simply are. You are the space in which awareness arises, but you are not defined by it. When you stop trying to grasp at awareness, you become it. In its purest form. The awareness of awareness is simply being present without the need for ownership or attachment. So, the next time you become aware of your thoughts or emotions, notice the tendency to say, I am aware of this. Notice how the ego wants to claim ownership over even the act of awareness. Instead of attaching to that thought, let it go. Recognize that awareness is simply the space in which everything arises. It is not something you can own. It is the pure presence that holds everything. But it is beyond ownership. When you stop trying to claim it, you will experience the fullness of it. Awareness is already here, already present, always available. The moment you stop trying to own it is the moment you step into the freedom of simply being aware. This realization can be incredibly freeing because it allows you to release the need to control even the most essential aspects of your being. When you let go of the need to claim awareness, you allow yourself to experience the truth of who you are, not the one who is aware, but the awareness itself, the vast space in which all of life unfolds. And in that recognition you find peace, because there is nothing to claim, nothing to control, and nothing to fix. There is simply awareness in its purest form, flowing effortlessly through you and through the world. Have you ever noticed how a thought just arises in your mind, seemingly out of nowhere? One moment there is silence, and then, bam, a thought appears, uninvited and unannounced. You may find yourself thinking about something that has nothing to do with what you were doing just moments before. Perhaps a memory flashes through your mind, or an idea pops up, seemingly from the ether. The interesting thing is that we tend to think of thoughts as our thoughts, as though we are the ones generating them, as though we are the ones who have control over their content. But what if I told you that thoughts, like clouds in the sky, don't belong to anyone? What if I told you that thoughts simply arise, independent of your will, and that no one actually owns them? Think about it. When a thought arises in your mind, do you consciously choose it? Do you decide, this is the thought I am going to have next, or does it just happen? Most of the time you'll find that thoughts appear spontaneously, without your input or intention. One moment you're focused on something, and the next, a completely unrelated thought appears. Maybe it's a memory from your childhood, or a random idea about something you haven't thought about in years. Thoughts don't wait for your permission to show up, they just emerge in the flow of consciousness, without rhyme or reason, and before you even know it, they are already taking root in your mind. And yet, despite how freely thoughts arise, we tend to identify with them as ours. When a thought comes, we often think, I'm thinking this, or this is my thought. But if you look closely, you'll realize that thoughts aren't yours in any lasting way. You don't choose them, you don't control them. They are like clouds in the sky, moving across your awareness without your consent or participation. They arise, they linger for a while, and then they dissolve into the vast space of awareness. The thought, like the cloud, doesn't belong to anyone. It's simply passing through, existing in the present moment, and then fading away. But here's where the mind tricks us. As thoughts arise, we begin to identify with them. We say, I am having this thought. This thought defines me. This thought belongs to me. We make the thought personal, as if it were an intrinsic part of who we are. But the reality is that thoughts are not personal. They are not bound to you. They don't belong to you. They simply arise, are observed, and pass away. Just like clouds don't belong to anyone. They just float across the sky, sometimes thick and dark, other times light and fluffy. Thoughts emerge and disappear in your awareness with no ownership attached. This realization can be liberating because it frees you from the constant need to claim thoughts as yours. When you begin to recognize that thoughts don't belong to anyone, that they are not personal, you stop identifying with them. You stop believing that your thoughts define who you are. You stop tying your sense of self to the transient stream of thoughts that flows through your mind. Thoughts are not you. They are just passing mental phenomena, arising and dissolving like clouds in the sky. You, the awareness that observes them, are something deeper, something more constant than the ever-changing flow of thought. This shift in perception, seeing thoughts as clouds that don't belong to anyone, opens up space in your mind. Instead of being trapped in the cycle of identifying with every thought that arises, you can simply observe the thoughts without attachment. You stop believing that your thoughts are who you are. They are just experiences in your awareness. They may come and go, but they don't define you. The more you practice observing your thoughts in this way, the more you begin to realize that you are not the thoughts themselves. You are the awareness in which those thoughts arise and dissolve. Let's dig deeper into how this works in daily life. You might wake up in the morning and immediately start thinking about the tasks you have for the day. You might think about an argument you had yesterday or the work you need to finish later. And these thoughts can feel incredibly personal. They can trigger emotions, decisions, and actions. You might get caught up in the story your thoughts are telling you, believing that your thoughts are your reality. You might think, I need to fix this, or I need to plan for that. But if you stop and observe, you'll begin to notice something. The thought is not you. The thought is just a cloud passing through the vast sky of your awareness. You don't need to get attached to it. You don't need to believe it. It's just a passing phenomenon, like a cloud in the sky. And just as clouds can change form, sometimes fluffy and white, other times dark and stormy, thoughts can shift from positive to negative in an instant. You might have a pleasant thought one moment and a stressful thought the next. You might feel great about something only to quickly feel doubt or fear rise up in your mind. But here's the key. These thoughts don't define you. You are not the thoughts. You are the awareness that witnesses them. And once you begin to observe your thoughts as clouds, without attaching to them, you experience a sense of peace. You realize that the thoughts are not permanent, they will pass, just like the cloud. Now consider this. How often do you get caught in the story of your thoughts? When a thought arises, do you immediately attach to it, giving it weight and significance? Do you believe it's true, even if it's a fleeting, passing thought? If a thought tells you that you are not good enough, do you hold on to it, believing that it defines your worth? The more you attach to these thoughts, the more power you give them over you. But when you start to recognize that thoughts are just clouds, arising and passing without ownership or permanence, you begin to experience freedom. You no longer need to hold on to every thought that comes. You can simply let them pass, knowing that they don't belong to you. They are just visitors in your awareness. This doesn't mean you become detached from life or your experiences. It doesn't mean you stop thinking or feeling. What it means is that you stop identifying with every thought, every emotion, every belief. You stop believing that they are who you are. You begin to see them for what they truly are. Temporary phenomena arising in your awareness, like clouds drifting across the sky. Some clouds may be dark and stormy, others may be light and fluffy, but none of them are permanent. Similarly, thoughts may be intense and overwhelming at times or light and fleeting, but they are all passing. And when you realize this, you begin to live with a sense of peace, knowing that your true nature is not defined by the clouds. What's even more liberating is that once you stop identifying with your thoughts, you begin to experience life with a greater sense of freedom. You stop getting caught up in the emotional reactions that thoughts trigger. You stop believing every thought that comes into your mind, and this gives you the space to experience life more fully, more authentically. You are no longer the victim of your thought. You are the observer, the awareness in which all thoughts arise and fall away. Take a moment and think about this. When you have a thought that feels intense, do you automatically assume it's true? Do you believe that the thought defines you? Or do you recognize that the thought is just a passing cloud, arising in your awareness and fading away? The more you practice observing your thoughts in this way, the more you begin to realize that you are not the thoughts. You are the awareness, the vast sky that holds them. Thoughts may come and go, but you, the awareness, remain unchanged. Now you may be wondering, if thoughts are like clouds and they don't belong to anyone, then what is their purpose? Why do we have thoughts at all? The purpose of thought, in its most basic sense, is to give us a sense of direction, to help us navigate the world, and to process our experiences. Thoughts help us problem solve, plan, and understand our environment. But when we start to identify with thoughts, when we begin to believe that our thoughts define us, we lose sight of their true purpose. We stop using thoughts as tools and start believing that they are the source of our identity. The key is to recognize that thoughts are temporary and functional, not permanent truths about who we are. When you stop attaching to your thoughts, you begin to experience a deeper connection to the present moment. You stop getting lost in the past or future, and you begin to simply observe what is happening right now. The clouds of thought may arise, but they no longer have the power to sweep you away. You are the sky, the awareness that holds them, and in that space you find peace. So the next time a thought arises in your mind, take a moment to observe it. Ask yourself, does this thought belong to me? Is this thought who I am? And when you realize that thoughts are just clouds, temporary, passing, and not tied to your true nature, you can let them go. You are not your thoughts. You are the awareness in which they arise, and that awareness is free. Imagine a calm stream flowing gently through a forest. The water moves effortlessly. the current carrying with it leaves, twigs, and small debris, all floating by as the water continues its flow, unhurried and steady. If you were to place a single leaf on the stream, you would watch as it is carried along by the current, its path determined by the flow of the water. The leaf has no control over the direction it takes. It does not resist the current or try to alter its course. It simply floats, moving forward with the stream. And in the same way, when thoughts, emotions, and experiences arise in your life, you can choose to let them pass like the leaf on the stream. You can choose to release your grip on them, allowing them to float by without resistance, without attachment, and without the need to control them. In life, we often encounter moments of stress, frustration, sadness, or confusion. Thoughts and feelings arise, seemingly without invitation, and we may feel compelled to hold on to them, to analyze them, or to try to change them. We resist the flow, desperately trying to make sense of things, to fix situations, or to control how we feel. But what if, instead of holding on, you simply let it all pass? What if, like the leaf on the stream, you allowed the thoughts, feelings, and experiences to come and go without interference? What would happen if you stopped trying to control them, if you stopped believing that you needed to fix them and simply let them float by? This concept of letting go is not about passivity or indifference. It's not about resigning yourself to life's challenges or ignoring your emotions. It's about recognizing the impermanence of all things, the fleeting nature of thoughts, feelings, and experiences, and choosing to release your attachment to them. Just like the leaf is carried by the stream, you can allow your thoughts and emotions to pass through you without holding on to them. You can observe them without becoming entangled in them, without letting them define your sense of self. In fact, the more you try to hold on to a thought or emotion, the more power you give it. The more you resist, the stronger the thought or emotion becomes. The mind thrives on attachment and resistance. It wants to hold on to things, whether they are memories from the past or worries about the future, because that's what gives it the illusion of control. But in reality, holding on only creates more suffering. The tighter you grip onto something, the harder it is to let go. The key is to simply let it pass. Allow it to float by, without judgment, without resistance, without the need to fix it or control it. This doesn't mean you suppress your feelings or thoughts. It means you observe them without identification. When an emotion arises, instead of asking, "Why am I feeling this?" or "What can I do to change this?" you simply acknowledge the feeling, "I am feeling anger," or "I am feeling sadness." You do not become the feeling, you are simply aware of it. You recognize that it is temporary, that it will pass. Just like a leaf floating down the stream. You don't need to analyze it, understand it, or change it. You simply let it be, allowing it to pass through your awareness. The same applies to your thoughts. Thoughts come and go like leaves in a stream. You may think, "I am not good enough," or "I can't do this." But these thoughts are not permanent. They are just passing through your mind like leaves floating on the water. When you stop identifying with these thoughts, when you stop clinging to them, they lose their power. You don't need to fight with them. You don't need to change them. You simply observe them and let them pass. And in doing so, you create space for clarity, peace, and understanding. Letting go in this way is an act of surrender, but not in the way the mind often understands surrender. It is not about giving up or giving in. It is about releasing your attachment to the outcome, to the idea that you must control or change the experience. It is about trusting the flow of life, knowing that the stream of experience will carry you where you need to go, and that you don't need to force or control it. You can let go of the need to manage every thought, every feeling, every circumstance, and instead allow yourself to be carried by the current. Of course, the mind will often resist this. It will argue, "But if I don't control my thoughts and emotions, what will happen? What if things go wrong? What if I don't fix this problem?" The mind thrives on control, on certainty, and on the illusion that we are the ones steering the course of our lives. But the truth is, you are not the one who controls the flow of the stream. You are the observer, the one who watches as the leaves float by. The more you let go of the need to control, the more you open yourself to the flow of life, and the more peaceful and harmonious your experience becomes. Letting go of attachment does not mean that you don't take action in life. It doesn't mean that you stop caring about the outcome. It simply means that you release your attachment to the outcome. You take action from a place of clarity and presence, without the need to force or control. You recognize that whatever happens, you are not defined by it. You are the awareness that witnesses it all. When you begin to practice letting go in this way, you may notice that the stream of life begins to feel less like a struggle and more like a dance. Instead of fighting against the current, you begin to flow with it. You allow the waves of emotion, the stream of thoughts, and the experiences of life to wash over you without resistance. You become more fluid, more adaptable, and more at ease with the natural flow of things. You stop clinging to the past, to the future, and to the constant stream of thoughts and worries that the mind creates. Instead, you rest in the present moment, allowing everything to unfold as it is, knowing that everything will pass in its own time. Imagine for a moment that you are sitting beside the stream, watching the leaves float by. You don't try to catch every leaf, and you don't try to change the course of the water. You simply sit and watch, knowing that the leaves will pass by, that the water will keep flowing, and that all you need to do is allow it. This is the essence of letting go. It is the recognition that life is constantly flowing, constantly changing, and that you don't need to hold on to anything. You can simply observe and allow it to pass. The practice of letting go is not always easy. The mind wants to hold on, to control, to resist. But the more you practice observing your thoughts and emotions without attachment, the easier it becomes to let them pass. You begin to see that nothing in life is permanent. Thoughts, emotions, situations, they all come and go, just like the leaves on the stream. When you stop identifying with them, when you stop trying to control them, you free yourself from the burden of constant striving and resistance. The key is to trust the flow of life. Trust that you are exactly where you need to be, that everything is unfolding as it should, and that you don't need to manage or control every experience. You are not the one in charge of the current. You are the one who watches as it moves, knowing that you are part of the flow, but not bound by it. You are the awareness in which all things arise and pass away. So the next time you feel overwhelmed by a thought, an emotion, or a situation, take a deep breath and remind yourself, let it pass. That's all I can do. You don't need to control it. You don't need to fix it. You don't need to make it permanent. Just let it pass, knowing that everything is impermanent, that everything changes, and that the stream of life will continue to flow, with or without your resistance. Allow the leaf to float by, trust the current, let it pass. Have you ever sat in silence, hoping to find peace, only to discover that even in the quiet moments, there's a voice in your head narrating the experience? It's an odd sensation, isn't it? You might be physically still, your surroundings might be calm, and there might be no noise around you. Yet, in the midst of that silence, the mind continues to speak, offering thoughts, judgments, and stories about the experience. Perhaps it whispers, "I am quiet now," as though you've somehow claimed stillness, as though you've achieved something profound by simply being silent. But what if I told you that even this silence can be claimed by the voice? What if I told you that the thought, "I am quiet now," is just another thought pretending to be stillness? The mind has an uncanny ability to infiltrate every moment of our experience, even the moments we think are peaceful and serene. We sit down to meditate, or we find a quiet spot to reflect, and for a moment there is stillness. But then the mind begins to fill the space. Thoughts emerge like tiny ripples in the water, gently disturbing the calm surface. Maybe the thought arises, "This is peaceful," or "I am doing well at this meditation," and before you know it, the stillness that was once free from thought has been claimed by the voice inside your head. The thought, "I am quiet now," is particularly deceptive. It seems like an affirmation of stillness, doesn't it? It feels like a statement of achievement, as though you've reached some higher level of consciousness, but in reality this thought is just another thought, one that claims ownership of silence, as if the very act of recognizing stillness makes it personal. The voice in the mind, even when it's acknowledging quietness, is still perpetuating the illusion of the I. It's still reinforcing the concept of self, of a separate entity who is observing, controlling, and claiming the experience. But the truth is, silence isn't something that can be owned. True stillness is not something you can claim, because stillness is not a thing. It is the absence of thought, the space in which thoughts and sensations arise and pass away. When you begin to observe this more closely, you'll notice that the very act of identifying with silence, of labeling it as my silence, creates an illusion. It's as if you're trying to grab hold of something that is meant to remain free and expansive. Silence, when it's truly experienced, is not something you can claim ownership over. It is not something that can be controlled, defined, or grasped. The mind, however, often tries to make it into something personal. It says, I am the one who is quiet, and in that moment the thought of I re-enters the experience and the illusion of the self is reinforced. But what if silence could simply be as it is, without the need for any thought about it? What if you could experience silence without the thought I am quiet now, or I have achieved peace? The key is to stop identifying with the voice, even when it is speaking of silence. The moment you say I am quiet, you are no longer in pure silence. You've introduced a concept, a label, and with it the idea of I, the thinker, the observer, the one who is experiencing stillness. But true silence doesn't need a label. It doesn't need the thought, I am silent. Silence simply is. It is the space in which all things arise, and it cannot be owned. This is a profound realization. It means that even the most serene moments can be hijacked by the mind, if you allow it. When you sit quietly and feel the peace within, you might feel tempted to say, I am peaceful, but in that moment you have claimed the peace. You have attached the concept of I to it, and you've turned peace into something personal, something to be owned or controlled. And in doing so, you've lost the very essence of peace, which exists in the absence of thought and the absence of self-identity. The mind does this automatically. It wants to label everything, including stillness. It wants to claim ownership over experiences because it thrives on identification. The voice in your head is constantly narrating your life, telling you who you are, what you're doing, and how you should be. Even when you try to find peace, the mind steps in, offering its commentary. I am doing well, it might say. I am at peace now, it declares, and before you know it, the very silence you were seeking is now intertwined with the ego, with the idea of I, and it no longer feels pure. The silence has been claimed by the voice. But here's the thing, you can't force silence into existence, and you can't control it. Silence is not something that you make happen. It is not a goal to be achieved or a state to be possessed. True silence arises naturally when you let go of the need to label, define, or control. It arises when you stop identifying with the voice in your head, the I, that claims everything, including silence. When you stop thinking, I am quiet, and simply allow the quiet to exist, you enter into the true nature of stillness. You stop imposing your will onto the experience, and in doing so, you allow silence to be what it is, a pure, untainted experience that cannot be owned or controlled. The mind is conditioned to claim everything, and this includes silence. It is constantly seeking a sense of identity, a sense of self. But when you recognize that silence is not something to be controlled, when you let go of the thought, I am quiet, you open yourself to a deeper experience of peace. You can sit in stillness without the need to label it, without the need to claim ownership of it. In that space, silence is no longer about the I who is experiencing it. It simply is. And in that moment, the mind, the voice, the ego, all of it fades away. What remains is just pure awareness, resting in the stillness. This is where true peace lies, in the freedom from identification. When you no longer feel the need to attach yourself to the experience of silence, you allow silence to simply be. You stop making it into a goal or a state to be achieved, and instead you allow yourself to fall into it naturally. The moment you let go of the thought, "I am quiet," you return to the pure experience of silence, untouched by the voice that seeks to claim it. The moment you stop trying to claim it, silence becomes your natural state. Let's take a moment to reflect on how this applies to other areas of life. How often do you try to claim ownership over your experiences, your emotions, or your thoughts? When you feel joy, do you think, "I am happy"? When you feel sadness, do you think, "I am sad"? The moment you claim ownership over an experience, you are separating yourself from it. You are turning it into something personal, something to be controlled, defined, and managed. But when you simply experience the emotion, the thought, or the sensation without identifying with it, you open yourself to the pure experience of being, without the interference of the ego. So the next time you find yourself sitting in silence or experiencing peace, notice the tendency of the mind to say, "I am quiet now." Recognize that this is just another thought, another attempt by the mind to claim ownership over what cannot be owned, and then let it go. Let the silence simply be. Let the peace simply exist. When you stop trying to define, control, or claim silence, you will experience its true essence. And in that pure stillness, you will find the peace that transcends the need for ownership, for definition, and for control. We all like to think of ourselves as architects of our lives, don't we? We often hold the belief that we are the ones designing, planning, and constructing the paths we walk. We have goals, ambitions, and dreams, and we set out to achieve them with careful precision and determination. There's a sense of control, a belief that we are the ones in charge of shaping our destiny. But what if I told you that the very idea of being the architect, the one who designs and builds, is a misunderstanding of your true nature? What if, instead of being the one who constructs your life, you are the unfolding itself, the process that is already in motion, constantly evolving and shifting? Imagine for a moment that you are the architect of your life. You draw up blueprints, plan your moves, and decide what your life will look like in the future. You believe that the success of your life depends on the strength of your plans and your ability to execute them. But now take a step back and ask yourself, who is making the plans? Who is deciding what the blueprint will be? Who is choosing the course of your life? When you examine it closely, you may realize that the designer of your life is not you at all. The mind creates the illusion of control, the illusion of being the architect, but in truth, you are the unfolding process, not the designer. This realization can be both liberating and disorienting. We are conditioned to believe that we must plan, control, and design our lives. The idea that we are the creators of our experiences is deeply ingrained in our culture. We are taught to take charge, to be the authors of our own stories, and to believe that if we follow the right steps, everything will turn out as we expect. But the truth is, life does not unfold according to the blueprints we create. It is far more fluid, far more dynamic, and far more unpredictable than any plan could ever account for. The very idea of being in control is an illusion, a mental construct that gives us the illusion of certainty and security. When you begin to realize that you are not the architect, but rather the unfolding process itself, something profound shifts. Instead of seeing yourself as separate from life, as someone who is managing and directing the course of events, you begin to experience yourself as part of the flow. You are not the one in charge of every detail. You are the one living in the midst of an ever-changing, ever-evolving process. And all you can do is participate, moment by moment, without the need to control or plan every outcome. This shift in perception is incredibly freeing because it releases you from the pressure to get it right. You stop believing that everything depends on your ability to design and control. Instead, you allow yourself to be part of the greater unfolding of life. You stop trying to control every detail, every step, every moment. You begin to trust the process, knowing that life is always moving forward, regardless of your plan. You are not separate from the unfolding of life. You are life itself, flowing with the current, moving through the moments and experiencing the changes as they come. But this doesn't mean you stop taking action or making decisions. It doesn't mean you become passive or disengaged from the world. What it means is that you stop seeing yourself as the one who is in control of everything. You recognize that you are a participant in the process, not the director. You become more present in the moment, more in tune with the flow of life, and more attuned to the natural rhythms that are unfolding. You trust that life will unfold as it is meant to, and that your role is to simply show up, to engage and to be a part of it, without the need to control or predict. This realization that you are the unfolding itself, rather than the designer of your life, helps you to release the illusion of fixed outcomes. When you try to design every moment of your life, you create rigid expectations that can never truly be fulfilled. The mind wants certainty. It wants predictability. It wants to know what's next, to create a sense of security and stability. But life does not work in this way. Life is fluid, unpredictable, and constantly evolving. The more you try to control it, the more you resist the natural flow of change. When you let go of the need to design and control, you allow yourself to move with the current, to adapt and grow with whatever life brings your way. When you begin to understand that you are the unfolding, you begin to embrace uncertainty. You stop seeking the fixed, concrete outcome and instead learn to appreciate the process. The beauty of life is in the unfolding itself, the way it moves, shifts, and transforms. You are not defined by the outcome, by the plans, or by the goals you set. You are defined by your participation in the unfolding. Your life is not a series of steps leading to a predetermined destination. It is an ever-evolving journey, one in which you are both the observer and the participant, moving with the flow, embracing the changes and allowing the process to guide you. Imagine if you could release the need to control the outcome of every situation. Imagine if you could stop trying to design every moment, every interaction, and every decision. What if you could simply show up, fully present, and trust that the unfolding of your life is exactly as it should be? This doesn't mean you abandon your goals or your dreams. It simply means that you let go of the belief that you have to control everything to make it happen. You allow space for the natural course of events, knowing that the outcome will reveal itself in its own time, in its own way. The mind will often resist this idea, won't it? It will argue, but if I don't plan, if I don't design, if I don't take control, nothing will happen. The mind thrives on certainty, on the belief that everything can be controlled and managed. But the truth is, when you let go of the need to control, you create the space for life to unfold in ways you could never have imagined. Life has its own wisdom, its own rhythm. And when you stop trying to design every step, you open yourself to the beauty of the unexpected. The surprises, the twists, the turns, these are the moments that make life rich and vibrant. When you let go of the need to control, you open yourself to life's creativity, its spontaneity, and its infinite possibilities. So, where does this leave you? If you're not the architect, what is your role? Your role is to be present, to engage with life as it unfolds, and to trust the process. You are not separate from the flow of life. You are part of it. Your actions, your decisions, your thoughts, they are all part of the unfolding, but they are not the source of it. You are the observer, the participant, the one who moves with the current, without trying to direct it or predict its course. You are the unfolding itself, constantly evolving, constantly changing, and always in motion. Think about the feeling of letting go of control. In the moments when you've allowed yourself to simply be, without trying to force an outcome, haven't you felt a sense of peace? Haven't you experienced a freedom that comes from not needing to know what happens next? This is the freedom of being part of the unfolding. It is the freedom of being present, without the weight of trying to control every moment. It is the freedom of trusting that life, in all its complexity, is unfolding exactly as it should, and that you don't have to manage or design every detail. You are not the designer of your life. You are the unfolding itself, always in motion, always growing, always evolving. When you embrace this truth, you stop fighting against the flow of life. You stop trying to control it, and you start moving with it. And in that movement, you discover a deeper sense of peace, a deeper sense of freedom. Life is not something you control. Life is something you live. You are not the architect. You are the unfolding.